The quorum is present. Today we are going to go through a series of informational briefings from a wide range of different holidays and conversations on the work going forward. So we're going to attempt to listen carefully, ask questions as we go. My preference would be that we let the presenter work through their presentation and then save our questions at the end each time. First thing we have to do today is approve the minutes from our March 7th meeting. So I need a motion and a second.
Motion. Second.
Mr. Chair, if I might propose an amendment, Tom Boyd, I apologize I was not present for the last meeting, but I did watch the videotape. And in connection with the second page entitled "Please," the last portion of that indicates that the presenter spoke to the subdivision and the statute that relates to ex parte adjudications. And I would just suggest that rather than the word "spoke," that she clarified, so that it's clear that there should be some clarification as to the scope of that provision.
I think we can incorporate that into the minutes.
And I'll move to amend my motion. I'll move to amend the change spoke to clarify.
And
I'll second.
all in favor of that amendment?
Aye.
Opposed? And you're assuming the motion, second to adopt the minutes as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Well, our first presentation today is on judicial salaries. It's Aaron Finberg Porter, who's chair of the Judicial Selection Commission.
Good morning. Okay, so 2024 was a very busy year for the Commission on Judicial Selection. For those of you who are not familiar with what the Commission does, we recruit, evaluate, and then recommend to the governor candidates for judicial appointment. That is on the district court bench. We are also often asked to serve as a merit selection panel for appellate vacancies. In 2024, Governor Walz made a total of 33 appointments to the judicial branch. 29 of those were at the district court level, 2 were at the Court of Appeals, and 2 were at the Supreme Court. For the district court vacancies, the Commission reviewed 262 applications. We interviewed 120 candidates, and we forwarded 70 finalists to the governor for consideration. And this was for vacancies in every single one of Minnesota's 10 judicial districts. This is the most vacancies that we have had. This is the most vacancies that Governor Walz has had in his tenure. So you can imagine that this was a tremendous amount of work for the Commission. And also deeply fulfilling work, very purposeful work. And I think I can speak for all of the members of the Commission when I say that we're honored to assist the governor with these really important appointments. Just for your own kind of comparison purposes, historically, the Commission has on average 17 vacancies per year. So we got close to double that in 2024. I understand the Compensation Council has inquired about the number of applications that the Commission received per vacancy in the past year. It's difficult to give an average number because there's a real distinction as between the metro, so Ramsey, Hennepin, Washington County, and kind of surrounding areas, and what we see in greater Minnesota. So to kind of take those in 2 buckets, in the metro vacancies, the Commission received on average 22 applications per vacancy. And just again, for your own reference, typically the Commission forwards at least 6 candidates to the governor per vacancy. So 22 is a healthy pool to draw from. In greater Minnesota, our average was about 11 per vacancy. That's obviously a much smaller number, about half of what we see in the metro. And so we have very different challenges between the recruiting that we need to do in the metro in order to make sure that we've got the best and brightest candidates submitting applications to be judges, and what we need to do in Greater Minnesota. And that's part of what brings me here to you today. Just again, for reference, last year was the first time in the Walz administration that we also had a vacancy in every single one of the judicial districts, in all 10. We had not done that before. And I think it really brought to light and sharpened the difference that I just spoke of in terms of recruiting and in terms of the numbers that we typically yield on the walls. So on average, the number of applicants per judicial district is as follows. In the first judicial district, 14, second judicial district, 23, third judicial district, 12, fourth judicial district, 25, fifth judicial district, 13, sixth judicial district, 7, seventh judicial district, 14, eighth judicial district, 7, ninth judicial district, 12, and the 10th judicial district, 25. So again, just to give you some numbers to highlight that distinction. So as I said, one of our charges pursuant to the statute by which the commission was created and which governs our work in terms of recruiting and evaluating and recommending candidates is to make sure that we have a robust pipeline of candidates for these vacancies. It is not uncommon for applicants to go through the process multiple times before they are appointed, because obviously the statistics are against them. There's usually only one vacancy for which we're interviewing multiple people. We have been fortunate in that in the metro, we have a wide diversity of practice backgrounds from which we can evaluate applicants. Diversity in terms of professional background, really diversity in every single respect, has been shown to contribute to the quality of judicial decision-making and increases public trust and confidence in our courts. And so we are very focused on making sure that we have a wide variety of practice background and other metrics of diversity for those reasons. One challenge that we face is that there's a real discrepancy in judicial salaries as compared to what a lawyer makes in private practice. So, for example, in the metro, at a large law firm, a first-year associate just out of law school can make around $180,000 to $225,000 per year. As I believe you're aware, the range of judicial salaries goes from $190,000 for a district court judge to $236,000 for the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. And as we look at the breakdown of where our candidates are coming from, as between private practice or public service, in certain places, especially in Greater Minnesota, we have a very hard time attracting candidates from private practice. And as we look at the dockets in Greater Minnesota, we know that they're not just criminal dockets. We know that there are civil issues, family court issues, family law issues, and so it really is helpful to serving the citizens of Minnesota to make sure that we have lawyers who are applying to be judges from a wide variety of backgrounds, including from civil litigation, dear to my own heart, because that's where I come from. And so what I request of this council is to consider, and I know resources are always tight, but to consider how to try to bridge that gap and how we can continue to attract top talent from whether it's the county attorney's office, public defender's office, which of course has become more competitive as the compensation structure at public defender's offices have increased, but also from private practice, so that the numbers that we see in Greater Minnesota with respect to the candidates who are applying to be judges begin to get a little bit closer to what we see in the metro. We really want to try to close that gap if we can, and one way that we can do that is to encourage more people to apply. And a way to encourage more people to apply is to make the salary commensurate. And it's not going to be a perfect match to private practice, but to make it commensurate, certainly with the important roles and responsibilities of a judicial officer, who of course are hearing people on their absolute worst days with the most difficult problems in front of them. And so it is with that background that I come before this council to ask that you please consider how you might increase judicial salaries in the state of Minnesota so that we can continue to recruit excellent candidates to be judges.
And one, Jim Robbins. I guess I have two questions. One is, do you have a sense of the distribution of lawyers in greater Minnesota versus the metro, particularly those who tend to take on major litigation? So basically, if you look at just the population, keep looking at the attorneys, how they're distributed. Also, many districts, and I don't know how many judges, and I don't want to get into weighted caseload or anything like that, but I guess I'm wondering if that proportion, and I'm not saying it should change, but that would be somewhat of a function of fewer applicants. And then the second question, I brought this up the last time I served in 2019, and it's been on my mind ever since. I still have to wonder if the judicial system needs to look at allowing applicants to establish residencies 6 months or whatever after appointment in order to move to what could often be places where they may already be practicing some, or that may have a lake place or family place, whatever. Can that alleviate the issue?
So I'm not sure that I understand your first question. Is it that the population of lawyers in greater Minnesota is smaller and that necessarily impacts the population of applicants?
I think so, especially in civil litigation. That I would think that the concentration, and I'm not a lawyer and I don't know the answers to this question, but it just seems to me that for good reason, the financial activity is concentrated and so those districts would have as part of the attorneys living there.
Certainly. That absolutely plays a role in the numbers of applicants that I set forth this morning. I would submit that our recruiting charge is made more difficult by the salary discrepancy, and that's based on anecdotal experience. Part of the way that we sometimes engage in recruiting is we reach out to judges in the judicial district where we know we have a vacancy, and we ask them, who are you seeing in your courtroom that you would recommend? Who are you seeing that you think would make an excellent judge? And then we reach out to those lawyers and we say, somebody has forwarded your name and said that you would be a great judge. Would you consider applying? And in response to those concentrated efforts as one-on-one conversations, we have had people tell us, I think of people in the 7th Judicial District and in the 6th Judicial District who have said to us, I can't afford that kind of pay cut. That's not in the cards for me. And in greater Minnesota, the discrepancy is not quite so vast as what I set forth. I mean, I provided a significant discrepancy, but in greater Minnesota, the civil litigators, lawyers in private practice are not on the same pay scale as in the metro area. But it is a problem. It is a problem in terms of our recruiting. With respect to your second point, certainly appreciate that that could be a solution here. I think that that's probably a legislative fix rather than something, a policy change that the commission can implement. And if the legislature chose to do that, then we would of course follow that direction. I would hope that it's not perceived as exporting, metro lawyers to Greater Minnesota. Sometimes Greater Minnesota communities have a lot of connectivity, and we certainly prioritize candidates having and building connections to the districts they serve. So we always want to make sure that we are mindful of that dynamic.
Good morning, Ms. Reporter Devin Driscoll, Frederickson and Byron. Good to see you. Just to clarify for folks who are on the council who may not be familiar with the structure of the judicial districts, Hennepin and Ramsey are each one county districts, but then the remaining 8 districts are multi-county districts. Is that right?
Correct.
And so there are often population centers sort of spread throughout the judicial districts. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Reporter, thank you for being here today. My name is Gloria Myrie. I am wondering if you have a recommendation for us. You've asked for the consider an increase, and I'm wondering if you have recommendations at each of the levels that we're to consider.
That's an excellent question. I don't have a recommendation for each level. I think what I would recommend with perhaps a request to think further and provide something in writing, but I would request that we start at $200,000 for district court judges, and that the appellate court positions are paid in excess of $250,000. I say that, without having a lot of analysis behind those numbers. It's a reflection of what I've presented today, but that's the recommendation that I would make in response to that question.
So just one follow-up on that, as those numbers get closer to federal judicial salaries, how would you weigh that as a factor?
Weigh that as a factor in terms of the recommendation.
Right, and so if we're bumping up as a, base for the district court at 200,000, and if our district, our federal district court officers are 30, I don't know the precise numbers, but if we're getting up to that, would you be comfortable with state judicial officers having commensurate salaries as federal judicial?
I would. Again, I think that the work of our district court judges is immense. It's incredibly important. These are very, very, very busy, very emotionally taxing, stressful jobs. And we're incredibly fortunate that we have so many public servants who are willing to walk into a court every day with tremendous empathy and grace for the litigants before them. And so it's vitally important from my vantage point as chair of the commission to make sure that the salaries reflect those extraordinary responsibilities and the talent that we have on our district court bench.
Last question, then I'm gonna move to the next.
Oh.
Actually, never. Okay, we got, okay, a couple more questions. So we're gonna try to
Thank you for being here. I'm Bernard B, CEO of Solar Informatics. So the smallest number of applicants that you have for your role is 7. That to me seems like a good number. A high number is 23. Can you talk a little bit about the quality of candidates, because anybody could apply? Where do those 7 stack, or do you think it's competitive between the 7?
Not always. Sometimes we are faced with a situation where we have only 7 candidates, and not all 7 candidates are equally situated to serve. And there are some circumstances where, because we've seen candidates before, we are aware that there's some diligence that's going to be very difficult for those candidates to overcome. So from my vantage point, for one vacancy, 15 candidates is really kind of a good target. And that's for a couple of different reasons. Part of it relates to the diversity of practice, background, experience, again, diversity in all of its forms. And part of it is it's a little bit of a puzzle every time because you have to evaluate what the needs of the district are in that moment. And you have to think about what are the needs of that district going forward. Who do we know is nearing retirement and might create a real hole with respect to their deep understanding of civil litigation or family law or children in need of protective services. And so in every circumstance, kind of having a larger pool helps us to make as close a match to the immediate and long-term needs within that district. So seven is a really small pool. And there have been times where we can't offer interviews to all seven because, again, of some issue that we're aware of. By statute, we're required to forward at least 3 candidates to the governor per vacancy. And so if we have 2 vacancies, we have 7 candidates. That's a pretty small number to be.
Thank you.
Online.
Yeah, sorry. It's Ben Gerber here. Sorry, I can't be there today. I'm recovering from norovirus that I got from my son, so you don't want me there, given how contagious it is. But one question I had is, are you familiar with any states that have such a close pay relationship between their federal and district court judges?
No, but I think Minnesota could be the first if there is such a state.
And then that'll be our last one.
Following up on the questions about the federal judge comparison. Apart from salary, there are very clear differences between state and federal in terms of lifetime tenure and pension. So leaving private practice is a very different situation. And also the resources available to federal judges, whether it's multiple law clerks or other support, is very, very different.
Correct. Excellent points.
I think you had offered to give some thought to your recommendations. Perhaps that's something that would be very helpful if you could do so.
I will do.
And then lastly, you discussed the metrics and the diversity in the metro area and outstate or greater Minnesota with regard to the diversity, professional diversity of the applicants. Do you have statistics that address the diversity, professional diversity of the appointments, specifically immediately before their appointment, were they in the public sector or the private sector?
I do. Thank you for that question. I have statistics with me on that score, and I'm happy to also submit these in writing alongside my recommendations or our recommendations on salary. So in 2024, among Greater Minnesota applicants, 16% came from private practice, 45% were in a prosecutor role, 8% were in some other kind of public service capacity, 14% were serving as public defenders. I thought I had this broken out by metro too, but I'm afraid I don't have that with me. I apologize. With respect to all applicants, the percentages got a little bit closer when you look at statewide. So 2024, we have an other category because we've had applicants sent to the bench who are law professors, for example, or coming from in-house roles. Other is 18%, 25% is private practice, 29% come from prosecutor role, 11% come from some other public service position, 11% public defenders. So you can see that prosecutors are represented well in those metrics, and I'm again happy to share those numbers with the Compensation Council in writing.
Thank you. Really quickly, I would like to see those too, do you track, or are you aware of anyone who tracks any information about the salaries of those individuals who become judges? I mean, we can look in the abstract about first year associate information or whatever, but if we look at like people who actually leave, what is the disparity that they're addressing?
I don't know who tracks that. I will look into what we might be able to find out about that. Certainly with public positions, those numbers will be easier to assess. In terms of private practice, those numbers are going to vary, I think, pretty wildly. But I'll look into what we can provide on that.
Thank you for testifying. We're on very tight timelines, so it would be useful to us if you could submit what we asked for writing by middle of next week's, our next meeting is next Friday. I appreciate it coming. For next topic, which is a brief duties here to talk about the investigations in the context of the big report. To that, we're going to have Tom Harvey, the executive budget officer, and the manager budget, and talk a little bit about the forecast in your document. You have a document that NME is. For the record and go forward.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Commission members. My name is Tom Carr, and I'm an Executive Budget Officer here with Minnesota Management and Budget, or MMB. And what Executive Budget Officer really means is nonpartisan fiscal staff. So I'll be able to speak to the forecast, but I won't be able to kind of weigh in on any political issues. In Minnesota, we do biennial budgeting. So we're currently in the fiscal year 24-25 biennium, which ends June 30th. We're one of 13 states that projects out 4 years. So with the November forecast in the fall, we do 2 forecasts per year. We added the 28-29 biennium. So that was the first look at what we call the tail, or the second upcoming biennium. And this February forecast that we just published is the second look at that biennium. So we'll be focused on the 26-27 biennium, which is what the legislature will be making appropriations for. But in the forecast, we'll also have the 28-29 biennium. If you saw the November forecast, you might recall some of the headlines that showed that we were projecting a deficit for the 28-29 biennium of about $5 billion. With this updated forecast, a lot of the story is the same. That projected deficit is now $6 billion by the end of fiscal year 29. For the 26-27 biennium, which is the biennium for which legislatures will be making appropriations this legislative session, we are expected under current law. So if they didn't pass any new spending or make any cuts, we would expect to end the 26-27 biennium with $456 million. Just for some perspective, the general fund spends about $100 million per day. So that would be 4 or 5 days worth of spending. In November, we had expected that to be around $600 million. So with this forecast, the projected balance has come down in both biennia. One of the main updates with this forecast is that we're now expecting higher inflation. Inflation helps the state collect more revenues. For example, if you buy a $100 item that now costs $110, the sales taxes on that's higher. Sales taxes make up about a quarter of our revenues. But it also results in a higher spending forecast. And with this forecast, we're expecting that spending continues to grow faster than our state revenues. I'll also just caveat that there's a lot of uncertainty with this forecast, especially with changes at the federal level. For the most part, we're assuming kind of status quo. With state appropriations, we assume current law, so we don't make any projections of what the legislature might increase or cut. We just take the laws and assume that things stay the same. We have a macroeconomic forecaster that does make a few assumptions, but for the most part, all of the data that went into the macro forecast was available as of February 10th. So a lot of the tariff updates and things like that are not incorporated in this forecast. Similarly, the House budget resolution at the federal level that assumes significant cuts to Medicaid, we're not assuming that our federal Medicaid funding is cut from the federal government. So there's certainly some downside risk. There's also, of course, always upside risk as well, especially with state revenues. To orient you, on the left bullet column is what we projected in the November forecast. The middle column is what we're focused on with this February forecast, and then the final column on the right shows the change. We're expecting to end the current biennium with a balance that we will then expect to spend down over the next few years. That amount that we start the 26-27 biennium with is relatively unchanged. You'll see that the revenue forecast went up 640 million relative to the November estimates, but the spending forecast for the next biennium, the 26-27 biennium, which again is what the legislature will be focused on, spending is expected to grow another 790 million relative to what we assumed in November. So that leaves us with a budgetary balance that's 160 million lower, or again, that 456 million that we saw on the last slide. Shows an illustration of where we are in each of the current biennium, the next biennium, and then the planning estimates in fiscal year 28-29. So again, we're expecting to end the biennium that ends June 30th with 3.7 billion. But then going forward, every year in the forecast horizon, forecast spending exceeds state revenues. So in fiscal year 26, we're expected to run a structural deficit, meaning spending exceeds revenues by about 880 million. That grows to a few billion by 29. So we have this balance of 3.7 billion, but every year we're spending that down. We end 27 with a small $456 million balance. And then in 28-29, that structural deficit really grows to 6.5 billion just in that biennium, leaving us with a projected deficit of just under 6 billion, which again, to use the $100 million a day, that would be about 60 days worth of general fund spending. To put that in perspective, if you had a $100,000 salary, that would be about $275 per day, but a deficit of 16,400. So imagine trying to balance that family budget. Here we're doing it at the state level. I'm going to give just some real quick looks at the macro forecast. Again, this is data as of February 10th, and therefore a lot of the tariffs and other things that have been in the news are not incorporated. One key takeaway is that we are not forecasting a recession. We're assuming revenues grow every year in the forecast horizon. So while we're projecting a deficit, we're by no means assuming fiscal calamity at the federal level. So we're assuming GDP grows each year in the forecast horizon. The turquoise bars show what we assumed in November, and then the green bars show what we now forecast in February. And we're assuming faster growth in February for fiscal year 25 than we were previously expecting. But then in the out years, we're assuming that growth is slightly slower than we had expected. But again, we're assuming GDP growth, real, so inflation adjusted GDP growth, but just a little bit slower than we had assumed in November. Next, as I mentioned, inflation has an impact in this forecast more than in November. So we're assuming higher inflation in 26 and 20, or excuse me, in 2025 and 26, and then we're assuming pretty much what we had expected in November. So higher inflation again helps state revenues, but it also increases our spending forecast. We're also assuming higher interest rates, both the federal funds rate and mortgage rates, than we expected in November. This slide is probably of particular importance for you all. This is nominal wage and salary disbursements for Minnesota. So not inflation adjusted. As you can recall, in 21 and 22, with significant inflation, wage and salary disbursements had grown approximately 7% per year. This forecast assumed 4 to 5% over the next couple of years, and then down to just under 4% in the out years. So again, this is not inflation adjusted. This is just nominal wage increases for all Minnesota wagers. A lot of risks with this forecast, as I mentioned. We're not incorporating tariffs in this. There's been a lot of news on that, and we're also not assuming that the federal government cuts Medicaid significantly, for example. I'll talk about that in a second. Here's a look at our February forecast for revenue by tax type. So individual income taxes make up about half of our tax revenues. Sales taxes, 25%, corporate taxes are approximately 10%. You'll see the big changes in this forecast for each biennium are individual income taxes and sales taxes. Sales tax, again, being driven largely by inflation. You'll also see in the bottom row, total revenues grow from 64.5 billion to 67.8 billion. So again, we're not assuming a recession. We're assuming that revenues continue to grow every year. But as we'll see in a minute, spending is just growing faster. This slide summarizes the forecast changes in the spending forecast. You'll see the first two rows, E12 education and health and human services, account for the largest increases. For E12 education, we're assuming that pupils continue to decline, but at a slower rate than we had previously assumed. We're also assuming that the per pupil amount the state reimburses districts is higher than November. The 2023 legislature tied the per pupil formula to inflation, but with guardrails between 2 and 3%. And so with the February forecast, we're assuming that we're hitting that 3% and kind of on the higher end of that range. So under current law, we're assuming that the E12 forecast continues to grow. Health and human services, even more dramatically. One interesting thing there is that weight loss drugs actually account for 167 million of the increase across the forecast horizon. And then similar to the story in November, higher caseload, higher needs, and especially in our long-term care programs. So overall, spending is expected to be 790 million higher in the February forecast relative to the November forecast in the next biennium. But then the 28-29 biennium, just from forecast to forecast, our estimate is about $1 billion higher per spending. This chart shows the growth rates of E12, HHS, and all other parts of the budget. The big thing to note here is that E12 has historically been the largest share of general fund spending. HHS is expected to pass E12 for the first time by fiscal year 29. The vast majority of the growth in the state budget is E12 and HHS. This is just showing the per pupil amount the state is forecasting for education. Again, slightly higher than we had forecast in November. And this chart shows the by eligibility type, the amount of medical assistance or Medicaid spending in Minnesota. The green bar and within each bar shows the federal funds match, and then the turquoise section of that final bar is the enhanced federal match. So the green and turquoise total the federal match. So for most eligibility types, the feds pay about 50 cents on the dollar. The bar on the farthest right of the chart is adults without children. That's the Medicaid expansion. And there, the feds pay about 90 cents on every dollar. So if there are federal reductions in Medicaid, under state law, it's an entitlement program. So the state has to pick up that other 50 cents on every dollar spent. And it would be pick up the other 90 cents on the adults without kids portion. This chart summarizes across for spending and for revenues. And I want to draw your attention to that bar or the chart, to the column on the far right that shows the annualized growth rate we're assuming for revenues and spending. Revenues, we assume, will grow by 2.6% per year on average, but spending is growing 4.7%. So really the takeaway on this is under current law, so even if the legislature doesn't appropriate any new programs or anything like that, spending is growing significantly faster than revenues. And so that structural imbalance that we have, which again, next year is about 880 million, that's growing to over 3 billion by fiscal year 29. And so we're kind of on this path where spending is just growing. We're already spending more than we're taking in, and that divergence continues to grow across the forecast horizon. So in the 28-29 biennium, we have a structural imbalance of $6.5 billion. This final chart just kind of shows the significance of federal funds for the state budget. So while the general fund spends about $100 million per day, we also get about 60 million in federal funds every day. And so any cut, especially to Medicaid or any of those programs, has a significant impact on the state budget. With that, I will stand for any questions.
Any questions here?
Our charge is to make recommendations in the coming biennium, the following Actually, not going to even go any further. You talk about how accurate you feel the budget forecast would be for 28, 29, if we were magically meeting in the summer of the next year, looking into that future biennium. The extent of speculation, yes, in the out years is asking for the answer.
It's a good question. I can't answer that in terms of like specific numbers of how much it might move around. I would just say I'm budget officer, so I cover spending, or we have economists who cover revenues. In each year or biennium, we put out a report that shows revenue volatility. In our budget reserve is a function of that volatility. So on the revenue side, I would say we have that number going back in terms of the volatility. Inflation is kind of the one big risk with the revenue forecast. Generally helps the forecast because again, if the price of everything goes up, we just collect more sales taxes. Income tax brackets are adjusted with inflation, but still the kind of a lag for collecting more. With spending, it's a function of both what we expect programs to do under current law, but also what the legislature might do this session. And so there, the error bars are even bigger because it's subject to legislative change. I can follow up with what the revenue volatility has been historically, but I can't necessarily speak to specific kind of upside or downside risk quantitatively, other than just to say that there is always uncertainty, and as you go further out, certainly there's more uncertainty in the 28-29 biennium than the 26-27 biennium.
We're gonna move on from this. So I appreciate your testimony. A lot of forecasts that I've seen over the years have been extraordinarily accurate, but it's something we back because we can't control. And on a daily basis, the legislature makes a decision and the whole forecast changes and shifts. So I think this is something we need to keep in the back of our mind as we discuss going forward. And so I really appreciate it. That's fine. Thank you for the overview.
Thank you.
We're just gonna take 5 minutes to talk among ourselves a little bit of, so 2 items for, first of all, over lunch break, David is gonna meet with, anybody who's interested in talking about some of the reform suggestions that have been made in the past that are part of, current legislation at the Capitol. And we're not gonna focus on that until we've done our work. But perhaps it's working group can report back on the 26th that after we've adopted the final report. And either work and talk about this. Don't have any obligation to endorse or to oppose any reforms, but it's having us stay up to date. No more than 11 members there, so if you look around and there's 10 of you, maybe go have a bowl of soup with me in the other corner. You don't want to violate the open meeting law. Nick will be available to help me realize the discussion. So there's a lot of other information in our packets. There's some bills under consideration this year that impact the work of the council, and that's something that might be part of the discussion. I asked for information about superintendent salaries for comparative purposes, and that is in your packet. And there's information related to the benefits provided to the individuals that will be making their salary determinations for. And I just, we're gonna move on fairly quickly with our regular agenda, but I think it all might be worth being, I have a question which I would like to pose. How many of the members here were on the council last year? And some of you folks who were here last year talk a little bit about your decisions, and do they reflect a specific strategy that you saw? I think that it might help the rest of us if we hear a little bit about the history and how you got to where you came in last year. So I'm gonna throw it open to you folks. We should start with Nick, because you're right there in my line of sight.
So last time was my first time on my first go around on the committee. So, at least from my perspective, it was a lot of, observing and watching how it played out. And so, in terms of, seeing what was, taking place, I think that the process was very much, I think, focused on, I think what has been mentioned by speakers today, plus has been something that I think people are very concerned about, which is ensuring that top talent wants to become public servants in Minnesota, which we seem to be very much a driving issue for people in considering what the salary increases look like. So from my observation, that was a key factor of what was going on while the session was, while we were, engaged in what we would want to, and what the council wanted to recommend back to the legislature.
I would say there was also a recognition that there were two, I think, important factors that were discussed frequently. The first was that our recommendations over the years had largely been ignored by the legislature. And there was, so many of our recommendations or the potential for recommendations were viewed through that prism. And there were several former legislators who were serving at the time who sort of talked about what they thought the legislature would or wouldn't do. I also think that there was a recognition that there was a particular focus on both the judiciary and the statewide elected officials, and a recognition that there had not been an increase in quite some time in either of those categories, more so for the statewide than for the judges. But there was a feeling that some change needs to be made there. Ultimately, the bigger change was on the judiciary than on the statewide elected officials. There was a lot of discussion about that. But I think that was also part of our recognition. There was just as we're talking about today, the ability to pay was also an important conversation, and we were in a different fiscal situation then than we are now. So I think those were some of the key factors that were important in the discussion.
The only thing that I would add is that I think we had a framework at least of what we were going to propose prepared ahead of time. I think Chairman Kaplan did that work. That was somewhat helpful. But I do think that we were in a different economic framework. And since there hadn't been an increase, as Deb mentioned, for a while, it was easier to sort of push that. And I remember a couple of us were pushing for higher limits just to attract better candidates. That's where sort of the conversation.
And as a result, my recollection is that we focused much more. We didn't really focus on the department, the commissioners' salaries. There was some discussion about them, but our recommendations really focused. If you look back at our report, our recommendations focused much more on the statewide elected officials and the judiciary, in part because we thought we could get more. The legislature might have more of an appetite to talk about those than the commissioners. And there was a feeling that our recommendation had been ignored. Making a recommendation there wouldn't matter much. Obviously, that is a different situation than we find ourselves in this year as well.
Yeah, let me just add one thing. I think I agree with all that. I think the one thing I would add is we did much more than previous cycles, like recognize that it was likely to get more traction and occur because of the legislative changes that previous councils had. So I think there was both a recognition that the salaries should increase, that we wanted to be competitive in attracting people to public service. Also a recognition that we would never actually be competitive. Public service is a sacrifice. It's people who choose to do it are often doing it because they're called to do it, not because of the financial reward. So it's a question of how much of a sacrifice. And I thought we had a really good conversation about that in the last council.
And a lot of this work and a lot of this discussion is going to happen next week on Friday meeting. And I just wanted to invite this, because first of all, I always think our past history is useful, but that's very important. But I also, it's just my take as a person who wasn't on the council, but who was at the legislature, is that there was a strategy that clearly came out of the council, and strategy means that there's a both philosophical and practical reasons for the recommendations. And I think that going forward this year, my gut sense is that that strategy is still alive, and that therefore our recommendations have to reflect whether we can achieve that set of strategic goals. That's just my personal opinion. So we will have a much longer discussion about this next week. I think in all likelihood, David and I, and first of all, this year we're getting recommendations from a lot of groups. And David and I can probably put together a chair's recommendation for the next week that reflects what those groups say and maybe an alternative. And just as a starting point for the discussion. So that's something that we would try to get to before Friday. A draft is always good because then you can get a red pen out, draw a line through it and make changes to it. So I think that's where the discussion is going to unfold next week. So this was our little 2 minutes of what time with each other. We have a very full agenda today. So I'm going to go back to our agenda. And on our agenda, we are next. First of all, we're tasked with setting the per diem payments for the direct care and treatment board. And I asked for information to be found in the information or packet about what the direct care and treatment board is. We also have Kathleen Steele Fitzke, who's the general counsel of the board. And so please come to the table and introduce yourself for the record and let us know a little bit about what the board is and what its duties are.
Hello, everyone, and my name is Joe Fitzke, I'm the General Counsel Director. I want to thank everyone for providing me the opportunity today to come present about DCT and the makeup of the board. It's a really exciting time for DCT as we prepare to create a new agency. DHS was splitting into 3 different agencies. As Department of Children, Youth, and Family already started this year, and DCT is implemented to be started in July 1st of 2025. I wanted to provide a quick background of DCT so you fully understand what these board members are assigned and invested in and its duties to oversee. Direct care treatment is a state operated behavioral health system that occupies a unique place in Minnesota. With the behavioral health continuum care in certain people with mental illness, substance use disorders, and developmental intellectual disabilities. The goal of DCT is to provide the best possible care in the most appropriate settings to help our patients live happy, healthy, engaged, and fulfilling lives. Each year, more than 12,000 people receive services in DCT treatment facilities, residential and community-based settings. And as you can imagine, it takes a lot of highly trained clinicians and experienced direct care staff to deliver those services. For a personal standpoint, DCT is the largest department in DHS, and after the split, it's become one of the larger agencies in the state of Minnesota. It currently employs over 5,000 full-time and part-time staff. Our programs, although most are identified in facilities are larger ones in Anoka, Moose Lake, and St. Peter, DCT has more than 150 sites statewide that include psychiatric hospitals, inpatient mental health treatment facilities, inpatient substance abuse treatment facilities, dental clinics, group homes, educational sites, and the sex offender program. DCT is broken up into several different service lines and key functions to include community-based services, forensic services, mental health, substance abuse treatment services, outpatient services, the Minnesota Sex Offender Program, and then we have our operational or central office. Some of the specifics of those areas are for the community-based services are the and within that its programs include the residential services, which provides services to residential group homes that operate 1 to 4 beds. These services include daily living skills, medical monitoring, and help clients integrate more fully into the community. It also has vocational services. Currently, we have 483 clients at 15 different locations. It has a community support services that provides support to more than 600 people. It has a Minnesota Intensive Therapeutic Homes, which provide foster care to children and adolescents with severe emotional services. And we currently have 16 foster placements with the wraparound family support service. Then we have our forensic services, formerly called the Minnesota Security Hospital. The program provides secure and non-secure inpatient treatment in individual chronic and serious mental illness. Its main campus is in St. Peter. Within the forensic services, we also have a nursing home. This care is the same as provided in other nursing home, daily living, rehabilitation services, and the end-of-life care. And we provide those services not only to forensics patients with DOC and MSOP clients. Forensic services also provides community integrated services, which is a specialized team that provides support services for patients who have been provisionally discharged, live in a variety of community settings. And then it has the forensic examiner teams, which is a team that provides a variety of mental health evaluations, including the competency received at trial and criminal responsibility evaluations, mandatory repeat sex offender assessments, risk assessments, and mentally ill and dangerous civil commitment evaluations, and other court-ordered forensics assessments. These evaluations can be done on either inpatient basis within forensic services or in a community setting, including the jails. And then we have our mental health and substance treatment services, or more commonly referred to as MSATs. We have within those facilities or programs, we have the Anoka Regional Treatment Center. It's the state's largest psychiatric hospital with 96 beds. We have the CBHH, or the Community Behavioral Health Hospital, which provides short-term inpatient psychiatric care at a 16-bed site in communities across the state. We have CADHH, which is Child Adolescent Behavioral Health Hospitals located in Wilmer. This provides inpatient psychiatric hospital services. The 16-bed facility offers a safe setting for youth who need hospital treatment for specialized mental health concerns. MSATs also has CARE, which is Community Addiction Recovery Enterprise. A program provides inpatient chemical dependencies and substance abuse service statewide. And then MSHS, which is the Minnesota Specialty Health System. Facility serves people who have serious mental illness, acquire brain injuries, or other occurring conditions. We have 3 facilities in Brainerd, Wadena, and Wilmer. And then we have the outpatient services, formerly known as ambulatory care, which is the unique services for our Minnesota residents. Within the outpatient, we have a special care dentistry located in Faribault, Cambridge, Wilmer, Fergus Falls, and Brainerd. Patients that are dental clinics have a physical and developmental disabilities or mental illness, and dentists in their communities either can't or won't treat them. All general dentistry services are provided, ranging from cleaning and exams, filling root canals, crowns, and dentures. The clinics have about 600 active patients who average about 3 visits a year. We also have clinics in Faribault that offer psychiatric services, and then medical primary care services provided to our patients. And then we have the Minnesota Sex Offender Program. This operates the nation's largest secure treatment program simply committed sex offenders. Currently, we're treating about 750 individuals on 2 campuses in Moose Lake and St. Peter. Within that program, we also have the CPS, or the Community Preparation Services. This serves clients who have transferred by the court to a less restricted setting outside the secure perimeter on the St. Peter campus. And then we have the reintegration services under MSOP, which provides services, supervision, monitoring clients who have been released into the community on provisional discharge into our community. And then lastly, we have our operational services central office. While the majority of our staff are busy with patient and client care, our central office takes care of all the administrative functions necessary to keep a 24/7 healthcare system operating. These include facility management, tech support, finance, HR, legal, quality, compliance. That houses about 270 employees. So then on the makeup of the board, in 2024, the legislature restructured the board, creating a 9-member board, 7 voting members and 2 non-voting members. Within including it's the Commissioner of Human Services, 1 licensed physician who is a psychiatrist or has experience in serving behavioral health patients, 2 members with experience in hospital or nonprofit board, 3 members with a background in traditional healing, behavioral health services, care coordination, healthcare professional, or healthcare administrator or resident services. Within the board, we have some restrictions where the voting members may not be current DCP or county employees, members of the legislators, or staff of members of the labor union representing ECT. At least 1 voting member must come from Greater Minnesota. The duties of the board, the legislature holds the executive board, the overall management and control of the agency, along with management of the CEO, who is responsible for the administration and operation of these. The powers and duties vested on the board run off 5 main principles set by the legislature to include prevent waste of unnecessary spending of public money, the use of innovative fiscal and human resource practices, require them to coordinate with other governmental agencies to be efficient, use technology where appropriate to increase agency productivity and improvise customer services, increase public access to information, and increase public participation in the business of the government. Of the 3 categories appointed of the voting members, we currently have 5 on our on the board. Originally, all 9 were appointed, but within the last 2 months, we lost 2 members, 1 for conflict of interest and 1 because of time constraints. And so it's important that we kind of focus on continuing to attract talented individuals for this, knowing the need and the importance of operating an agency like DCT. So within that, when DC was requested to provide technical assistance to legislature last year regarding the creation of the board, it took a close look at the compensation options and compared it to other hospital organizations in the state of Minnesota, as well as recommendations set by the Minnesota Hospital Association annual report. MHA, or the Minnesota Hospital Association, set a tier review of hospital boards across the nation, ranging from 7 figures to the low 5 figures. Although the budget of DCT and its size would bring that to the mid-range of that report, the recommendations to the legislature last year was focused on the fiscal responsibility, but at the same time, trying to attract talent members to oversee very complex hospital organization. Last year's recommendation was set at $500 per day served. But through the last minutes of the amendments, it was replaced to set it back to this council to set the rate. The board is a unique situation for state agencies that I'm sure you all can recognize. And under Chapter 15, that $55 a day, we didn't think was going to attract the right clientele that we needed for the appointment we needed.
How many days are we talking about in a year? Because the yearly salary versus daily, what's the workload?
Yeah. So right now, so we are meeting with the board. They've had 2 board meetings already, and we're meeting monthly up until July 1st. And at that time, the board will have to set their schedule. Right now, they're looking at either monthly or every other month. for the least the first year to 2 years. And so if you set that daily rate, if we went every month, you know, at $500 a day, you're looking at 6,000 per member. We don't think that's where we're gonna be in 2 or 3 years, but probably the first couple of years, that's what they're looking at it, because they have a lot of tasks to accomplish.
Are you waiting on us, or are you paying $55 for those meetings?
Yeah, so right now under 246C, the legislature did set it at that $55 a day until the compensation council comes back. They're separate.
Thank you for your testimony today, Devin Driscoll. On the last page or the last slide of your presentation, it looked like there is a recommendation of 500 per day right now. Is that correct?
And that's what we was consistent with the legislators last year, so that was why the before it was amended.
But it's the board's recommendation to this council that we would adopt the $500.
I don't think the board has a recommendation.
misunderstood.
They didn't set the recommendation. That's what we, after our review, DCT's review of MHA's report, as well as other hospital entities, that was our recommendation to the legislators last year. That's what they added in the legislature before amended.
Thank you.
I have a couple of quick questions here. So there are several people on this board that are, are on there, like the commissioner, things like that, that's on there as part of their current position, correct?
That's correct.
And they would also be thinking that digital daily.
No, so the compensation is set for those 6 members on the board that are voting members that are not the commissioner. And so the non-voting members do not get a compensation. They get reimbursement for travel, things like that. It's only the voting members minus the commissioner.
And there is a financial, like some boards have responsibilities, so when there are problems that come from some of the more recent things where they give money to other mental health facilities that provide the proper care, would they be somehow responsible for that?
I'm not sure if I understand your question. Is the board members responsible for it?
Right, is there a fiduciary, level of responsibility?
Yeah, and that's
Side.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's set within statute and their requirements within there. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Jim Roberts. I guess maybe you're not in a position to address, but how is the chief executive officer being compensated, and how would you characterize DCT carve out versus human services during children, youth, and families, whatever it is. That level of responsibility for salary, give us a broader view of how you see that fits in.
Yeah, I think this council already sets the CEO salary. It is required to do that. And I'm not sure exactly what that salary is at right now. But as for how it's different, it was your second part of your question, how is it different between department, the children, youth and family and DHS?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was all under DHS.
Correct.
Correct. I am really a neophyte on stuff. So I want to be able to see where it came from, where we're headed, just in a very general way as to the proportion. If I saw the information, I believe there's more employees in this division than in the other two, but I'm not sure if that's correct.
And roughly, I think DHS housed about 8,000 employees, give or take. Within that, 700 or so went to children, youth, and family. There's going to be roughly about, I would say about 1,500 or so, maybe 1,500 or 2,000 staying with DHS, and the rest is going with DCT because that's where DCT employed. So it's one of the biggest divisions within DHS.
We have a there testifier on topic, but in list the three blank areas are Commissioner of Children, Youth, and Families, CEO of Direct Care and Treatment, and Director of the Office of Emergency Medical Services. We're going to be setting those up as part of these.
Thank you. Nick Morgan, I had a couple questions in relating to when you put up the duties of the executive board on page 14. You had said earlier that the responsibilities are for 8-hour days on 13 different days. Is that the only times where they're actually engaged in this as opposed to their day jobs?
No, they haven't set a schedule yet in the sense of how often they're gonna meet. Right now, we met twice, once a month. Each one of those were about 8 hours. But we're doing some training and background information for these board members. Moving forward, as the board decides to set their schedule, they also have subcommittees that they're creating. So these board members will be required to be on the subcommittees as well. And so you would have that time where if they decide to meet, they want to meet every other month, and then you have your subcommittees meet in between months. Then that would be, once a month. And then normally what we're expecting is they're going to be about 3-5 hours long, depending on what agenda items they have in front.
In the subcommittees?
Yeah, subcommittee and board.
Yeah, because I just wanted to go through this because, for example, you mentioned update the legislature on operations, budget, goals, and accomplishments. Does the executive board put that together themselves, or do they rely on like yourself and staff to put those together for them to present to the legislature?
Yeah, so normally what we'll do is we'll be having the subcommittees working within those subcommittees to set those up and then bring them up to the board for review and approval.
Okay, so through the subcommittees, when you mentioned ensure quality of medical staff, what does the executive board themselves do to double check that?
Ask for reports within those subcommittees and then report to the bigger board as we have our quality division that constantly has that oversight and would bring any metrics to them that they would ask to determine if we're meeting the CARES, and then also identify any violations or infractions we might have that they're aware of those, and then what actions we're taking to minimize them.
So the division itself is putting together most of that work on, that's their job, is to put that together to present to the board. And then you also mentioned about building strong and appropriate relationships with stakeholders. I'm sure there's a lot of stakeholders on this. Do they have an expectation to go outside the normal times to get to know these people and interact with them? Is that something that they're expected to do?
I believe the stakeholders that they've already started reaching out to our board members as well through communications. There was also an advisory committee set up by the legislators last year that has a direct contact with the board, and we'll have that communication plan in there. And within that advisory committee, there's a bunch of stakeholders that are already set for appointed membership, as well as the legislative members.
Does the executive board have spots on that advisory committee? Are they there at those
No,
meetings?
they do not have spots on that advisory committee, but the advisory committee has direct access to the board.
So they'll provide recommendations, but the executive committee only interacts with stakeholders during their monthly meetings. They don't do anything outside of that time.
And that would be up to the executive board, because you have concerns within the board, and you will have subcommittees where you might have appointed chair members to go out and have a discussion with a stakeholder. But it's difficult to bring the whole board to set up meetings, because then you're open to the public meeting law and then all the other logistics that go with it.
Okay.
But there definitely would be times where you might have set up to meet with other stakeholders.
And can I assume that when you talk about the care management of patients and clients, clinical quality, is that the same where you're getting the reports from the oversight division that then provides them that information on request? And then in terms of, with monitoring performance, and I'll just start there, what's their ability to hire and fire? So if there is, from what Councilmember Palmer said, if there's something that goes wrong or they discover fraud, what's their ability to hire and fire the executive directors and the CEO?
So the CEO is appointed by the board, and then the board, and then also the medical director is appointed by the board. So they have direct management over those two positions. and then all the other positions underneath that fall underneath the CEO.
And then, finally, with the mission, vision, and strategic plan, what's their ability to decide that themselves as opposed to what's set by statute or the legislature when they, engage in their appropriations for the group? What's the amount of ability to decide things is set with the commission or to set with the executive board as opposed to the legislature laying it out for them based on how much they plan? So you talk about approving the mission, vision, and strategic plan. Is that something that they have a lot of independence to determine, or are they hamstrung by state statute and how the legislature has deployed money to their different divisions?
I think there's guidance that you take from the legislators as well as from the governor's office, the governor's kind of strategic plan, and then you minimize that to your specific mission. And then focus on so that you're falling underneath that umbrella and then create your mission and vision based off that.
So every 2 years, the board has the ability to, adjust or amend the mission as they see fit. There's nothing else that.
If it falls within the structure of the legislature as well as the overall state mission and vision.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you.
We're gonna, thank you for your testimony there. Next item on the agenda, so I appreciate that. Next up is.
Thank you.
Jeff Torba, State Courts Administrator, and he's going to transition just to a couple of the testifiers. Being Danny and good fire politics. Morning. Morning. Morning, I'm going to have you state your name and title for the record.
Good morning, happy to be here for the Compensation Council. My name is Jeff Torba. I'm the State Court Administrator for the Minnesota Judicial Branch. And we're here to just quickly give you a little bit of the background on the Judicial Council's decision relating to compensation. So I'm appearing here today on behalf of the 322 judges that we have in the branch. We have roughly 2,800 staff who work at all three levels of court. So I work with the appeals and the district courts. So I'll tell you a little bit about our biennial budget request. That obviously I know you're going to hear from the Minnesota District Judges Association. So have any questions for me before that, I'm happy to answer them. Minnesota Judicial Council is really our policymaking body for the branch. They're responsible for developing our biennial budget request. It's chaired by the Chief Justice. It consists of 25 members, 19 judges, 6 administrators. And preparing that biennial budget request, the council considers lots of different proposals. Many of them brought forward by our judges and staff across the state. Ultimately, the funding request approved by the council reflects the highest priorities. There are a lot of other things we could be asking for, but our branch request really reflects the priorities. One of those is to try to deal with our workforce challenges. It's really our highest priority. Our budget is about 90% people, so we don't have a lot of programs and other kinds of things that are funded. It's really judges and staff. And we want to ensure that our salary structure remains competitive with our public sector counterparts. So that's really what we look at. We recognize that we're far from the only employer facing employee recruitment and retention issues. However, one of our biggest challenges is that our competition and compensation structure in the branch really has fallen behind some public sector entities. So we went out and did a market study to look at public sector comparators. And it shows that counties have been moving up, especially the larger counties, metro area, but even the ones in rural Minnesota. And that's really created a disparity because we have not been moving up as fast as we should be able to. So with regard to judges, investments into increasing judicial officer pay was last biennium. We did not get any increases for judges in fiscal year 23. We said they provided 8% and a 4% increase for 24 and 25. But even now, many district court judges are paid less than many county attorneys. I know you'll hear from the District Judges Association about that. They are falling behind not only county attorneys, but in some jurisdictions, assistant county attorneys are paid more than judges. That means prosecutors appearing before them, some public defenders as well, are making more, even though the judge probably has more experience and is sitting on the bench hearing their cases. We understand that's going to happen with private sector attorneys in big law firms. But when it happens in the public sector, it creates a big disparity. We're seeing some judges leaving the bench to take jobs in other public sector places. So one of our judges left, of course, to go to the federal bench, which pays a lot more than we pay. We had a judge leave to go to a city of Minneapolis job that pays more than we pay. We had a judge leave to be an assistant county attorney that pays more than what she was making as a judge. And it affects not only retention issues, but also recruitment issues. We want to get the best and the brightest to come to be judges. And especially if you're in a law firm practicing civil law, you're going to take a pay cut, sometimes a really big pay cut. But if the public sector jobs are paying more, we're finding recruitment and retention issues in that case as well. We do have a national sampling of where judges' pay is compared to other jurisdictions. In the early 2000s, Minnesota District Court judge salaries ranked in the top 20 in the nation, which we really believe fairly recognize the size of our state and the expertise of our judiciary here in Minnesota. Today, Minnesota judge salaries remain in the top 25, so they're in the top half, but just barely. Without a competitive compensation increase this biennium, they'll definitely fall to the bottom half of the states. We don't believe that reflects where we should be as a state and doesn't reflect the competence of our judiciary. Recent market conditions have also led to judge compensation falling behind our public sector peers. It's important to remember that Minnesota judges, as I said, did not receive a salary increase in fiscal year 23. So during a time of historically high inflation, nationwide wage growth, and tight labor markets, we were sitting at zero increase. The House and Senate approved a salary increase of 6% in fiscal year 23 for judges, but it did not pass. So that's why during the last budget session, we asked the legislature for an increase, and they gave us that 84% increase that I talked about. That was really vital funding. It helped our compensation structure remain competitive with the broader labor market for public sector attorneys. However, as we know, we were far from the only organization offering significant compensation increases during this time of high inflation in the labor market. So we were moving a little bit with that 84, but we see the counties especially moving much quicker. Wages across the U.S. job market grew at historically high levels. Minnesota also set the record for the lowest unemployment rate of any state. So the state has been reported. And we all know prices are 22% more expensive today than they were before the COVID-19 pandemic. All of these factors have led to judge compensation falling behind. So to address these workforce challenges, we are seeking funding for 6% in each year increase for judge salaries 26 and 27, and a 6% compensation pool for our employees in 26 and 27. We really studied through our market study what it takes to keep up. We're not trying to be the leader here. We're just trying to keep up with the public sector employees. And so funding to provide these compensation increases, we believe would help our reports do that. and ensure we can attract and retain not only qualified judges, but also qualified employees. So with that, I want to thank you for your time. I'm certainly available to answer any questions about this or any other aspects of our budget request. We realize these are tough times, and what we're going to be able to secure from the legislature may be difficult, but your help is very helpful.
Let me take one question at this time. We're going to transition to the next testifier, but I will have you come back. But the question will be from me, the Madam Chair. You have a $77,301,000 biennial budget request with 3 components. How much of that is just for the judicial officer salary by 6%?
Total 77 million. Finance person here, he knows the breakdown of the numbers. Obviously,
And you can get that to us at a later time.
yeah, okay, we can certainly provide that.
We're going to move 13 billion.
All right. Great.
And we may have to come back to questions at the end of these.
Just a last component had employers share the healthcare. We can get that number as well.
That number all counts. I'll be on the record.
Thank you. Thank you and good morning, everyone. My name is Keith Bay and I am a professor of economics at St. Cloud State University and director of the Center for Policy Research and Community Engagement there.
And I am Judge Mary Muller. I am the current president of the Minnesota District Judges Association. I am chambered in St. Cloud, Stearns County, Minnesota.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present this research on Minnesota judicial salaries. This presentation will provide you with an overview of key trends in judicial compensation, including comparisons with other legal professions, inflation's impact, and patterns in judicial retention and recruitment. Judicial salaries play a crucial role in maintaining a strong and independent judiciary. Competitive compensation helps attract and retain qualified judges. Operate that right. Ensuring the effective administration of justice. However, recent trends indicate a decline in applications for judicial appointments, which raises questions about whether current compensation structures remain competitive. This analysis examines how judicial salaries compare to similar legal professions, explores factors influencing judicial compensation, and presents data on judicial turnover and recruitment trends. One important consideration in evaluating judicial compensation is how salaries have changed over time in relation to inflation. While nominal salaries have increased, when adjusted for inflation, purchasing power has declined. This can be seen on this graph here. The gap in purchasing power versus where we were in 2021 is about $4,700. For Minnesota trial judges, that's a decline of more than 3%. Even after the changes you made in the last 7 years. Other states are recognizing the need to keep ahead of inflation. For example, Pennsylvania implemented a 3.4% pay raise in 2025 to align with inflation, highlighting how other states are addressing similar concerns. In 2023, Pennsylvania's trial court salaries were more than 20% higher than those in Minnesota. These trends raise questions about whether judicial salaries in Minnesota are keeping pace with inflation and broader market conditions. If salaries do not maintain purchasing power over time, it may influence long-term retention and recruitment trends. Judicial salaries can also be assessed in relation to other legal professions, both in the private and public sectors. Senior attorneys, corporate counsel, and law firm partners frequently earn higher salaries than judges, as seen on the graph on the left of this slide, drawn from data that we obtained from Robert Half. The median pay for general counsel, the main lawyers giving legal advice to a company, exceeds that of trial judges by more than a little. The gap between a seasoned law partner and a trial judge is about 6%. This may factor in career decision-making, as experienced legal professionals weigh financial considerations when choosing between private practice and judicial service. Within the public sector, county attorneys, as you just heard, and in some cases, assistant public attorneys and public defenders even can receive salaries that are comparable to or exceed those of district judges. This raises questions about salary structures across public legal professions. As seen on the graph on the right here, several county attorneys and more than a few assistant county attorneys receive pay greater than that of our district judges. There are further comparisons available that we have for you if you'd like to see them in some material that my colleague and co-author, Mr. Fawad Ali, obtained for us over the fall. These comparisons provide context for evaluating the competitiveness of judicial salaries relative to other career options available to experienced attorneys. Retention trends provide additional insight into judicial compensation. In recent years, an increasing number of judges have retired early or transitioned back to private practice, as you just heard. Data indicates that some judges are leaving before reaching full retirement eligibility, suggesting that financial or workload considerations may be influencing these decisions. Many judges report increasing caseloads, heavier workloads, potentially affecting job satisfaction, and some judges have expressed concerns about personal security, which may contribute to decisions to leave the bench earlier than planned. Understanding these factors is essential when considering how to ensure judicial roles remain attractive to experienced legal professionals. My co-author, Mr. Ali, is currently interviewing recently retired judges who left the bench before retirement to learn what led to their decisions. A preliminary report of that work is in the material that you've received this morning, and I encourage you to review it. Judicial recruitment trends provide further context. Our data, as opposed to the data you heard earlier this morning, our data went back through 2019 to examine a significant decline in applications for judicial positions, raising questions about whether judicial service remains an attractive career path. The number of applicants per judicial vacancy has declined, particularly in rural areas. Of the 69 vacancies in the 4 judicial districts touching the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro area, not just the 2 counties, but the other counties as well, there were 14 applications per vacancy over the period we looked at. For the 44 vacancies in the other 6 judicial districts, less than 7 lawyers applied on average per vacancy. With private sector salaries growing at a faster rate, judicial compensation may be a factor influencing applicant decisions. These trends suggest that recruitment challenges may persist unless judicial salaries remain competitive relative to other opportunities available to experienced legal professionals. This analysis plus leads us to consider a way to think about how one might address the compensation issue. And so we put together a set of items that you could look at to think about how you would make these pay changes, how you would make a recommendation. We used information. Overall, these suggest a pay increase of 6.9% in starting in July 1st, 2025, an additional 3.4% increase in 2026 would fit the structure that I'm about to outline to you. First of all, you need to consider not only the inflation that's happened in the past, but the inflation to come in the future. We drew upon information from the Wall Street Journal survey of economic forecasters to come at a number that reflects 2.66% inflation expected over the biennium starting July 1st, and then starting July 1st for the first year, and a 2.4% expectation from July 1, 2026 to June 30, 2027. Those data are as of January. We updated this to the latest information we have. Of course, conditions are changing, so one should think about that. Second, to restore lost purchasing power, we're currently about 3.2% behind. That's that 4,700 that I showed you in a previous graph. Okay, that will return you, we believe, to a compensation level. And as of July 1, 2021, I wouldn't argue that that gets you all the way back, but that could be an anchor for you to use to think about how you might choose to make up this lost ground that we can see in the data. And then lastly, there is a need to think about the fact that the private sector wage increases have outpaced many of the increases that have come for our judges over this period. Okay, there's still a gap, as opposed to when we looked in 2021, the jump from leaving a median position for a lawyer with 10 years experience, that jump of pay was 13%. That's compressed down to 6% now. The 1% increase that is on that third line, that third row of this chart, only will take you back to, along with the other increases, will only take you back to approximately 10%. It's not all the way back, but we found it to be somewhat reasonable. Findings, okay, these figures highlight the importance of aligning judicial salary adjustments with broader labor market trends. So in summary, this research highlights key trends in judicial salaries, retention, and recruitment. Judicial salaries have lost purchasing power when adjusted for inflation. Salary disparities exist between judges and other legal professions in both the private and public sector. And retention and recruitment trends indicate potential concerns about long-term judicial staffing. The findings suggest that competitive judicial salaries can help ensure a well-functioning judiciary. Further analysis may help us assess long-term workforce planning and salary structures within the state's legal profession. Thank you for your time, and I'll welcome any questions, Judge.
Thank you. I'm going to hold any questions until the end, and I'm Judge Muller.
Sure, and I will make this short. First of all, I want to thank all of you for your public service work and doing the work that we do on a daily basis. I also want to thank you for the invitation to present on behalf of the Minnesota District Judges Association. I really want to emphasize to you the need for diversity. I came from a civil litigation practice. I was the 11th woman certified as a civil trial specialist by the Minnesota State Bar. I didn't make the top 10 despite my efforts. But there's only 3 of us in my entire district, from Mille Lacs up to Moorhead. And I'm senior most, along with Judge Bill Cashman in my district. And there is many of our judges who do not know how to try a complex civil litigation case. They've never heard of a special master, and they don't know how to run a medical malpractice jury trial. And so I cannot emphasize enough the need that a salary commensurate with experience to our civil litigators is absolutely necessary. You may ask, how did we get the third person? She was appointed in 2020, and she's a former partner of mine at Quinlivan and Hughes. So that's the only reason I was able to pilfer from my past firm. I will tell you, we are seeing a decline in the applicants. A very good friend of mine retired in Cook and Lake County up in the Arrowhead. And there was one applicant when the vacancy was initially announced, and we had to actively go out, as you heard this morning, and recruit other people just to apply. So people might say, well, why aren't greater Minnesota lawyers applying for these jobs if they're that good? Well, because they've spent 10 to 15 years developing a very lucrative private practice that allows them flexibility to work when they want to work and go take care of their parents or their grandkids when they need to. And then also dealing with safety issues, which you can read about on our legislative agenda. Somebody asked me about greater versus rural Minnesota, and I was able to look up a few statistics from this morning. There's approximately 26,000 attorneys licensed in Minnesota. And according to the Hennepin County Bar Association and the Ramsey County Bar Association, they have about 11,500 members. So that would suggest to me that you still have about 14,000 members that are in greater Minnesota, and they're not applying for these jobs. And as you also heard, there are judges who are leaving early In Minnesota, if you're a judge, the anticipated retirement is at age 65. And if you retire early and draw on your pension, you forfeit 6% per year. So if you're going to retire at 62 and start drawing, you're going to forfeit 18% of your pension. So these judges are leaving and we're wondering, why are we being unable to retain them? And I think it's because this public service is becoming a less desirable position. You heard from Mr. Shorvat that we have judges who are leaving the bench and going back into the county attorney's office, making more money, having less hours of work, greater work-life balance. And so I believe that this is becoming a less desirable position. Now, is money going to change it? Absolutely not. It's not going to correct everything. But I do encourage you, and when I listened to Dr. Van's report, I'm thankful for him volunteering to do this work. He was not compensated on this behalf, but when I hear my request to you is to please support the request of State Court Administration, which is consistent with MVJA. You may say, why are we asking for a 6 and 6 and not a 6 and 9 and a 3.4? We understand the need to find balance and compromise, and we believe that that is what we are dealing with. I remind you that our district judges and our district or our judicial branch is an independent third branch of government. We need to be funded accordingly, and if we have mandated services, we need that money to be able to comply with the laws that have been passed. Number two, I'm mindful about the budget, the forecast. I don't know how many of you know this, but the judiciary is only 1% of the entire state budget. And so if you think somehow we're going to deal with a surplus or a deficit on the backs of the judiciary, that's nonsense. You have a very smooth operating judicial branch. And while we are saying we're at 25th, and I swear a report came out in January that our salaries have now dropped to 26, the lower half of the nation. We also have studies that will show in our written materials, we're ranked 8th in the nation on a smooth, economic, highly functioning judiciary. And we believe we should be deserving of pay that is commensurate with the work that we are doing. So with that, I will rest. I promised Dr. Banyan I would have him back on the road to his other occupation by noon. And I want to leave as much time for questions.
Let's have Mr. Sherwood return to the table, and then the questions are available for all, no, all three of you.
Okay.
And then question can come in, and I'm gonna start with him who has his, and let him settle in. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Shorby, you mentioned there was no salary increase in FY20. What was the reason behind that? Is there a decision or is there anything?
It was the end of the legislative session and they were disputes going on between the parties and they were unable to pass them. So it was not reflective of the fact they didn't want to, but it was part of a bigger bill that they did not want to pass. There were other things that besides us that parties didn't like. And Mr. Chair, I got the answer to the question of that 77 million, which includes salary increases, insurance, increasing costs, 15 million for judge salaries. Those are judge insurance.
Devin has a question, and then Gloria, and then.
Judge Mahler, thank you. Thank you to all of you. Judge Mahler, my question is for you. Some states have specialized judiciaries where they've got a probate judge or, some sort of, our district court judges, we don't have that in Minnesota, right? You all do, especially in greater Minnesota, you don't have the same kind of rotations that might exist in Hennepin or Ramsey. So that, or even if you do, you're not just a probate judge while you're appointed, right? You all do everything that comes in front of the district court judge.
Well, like all legal answers, it depends. In Stearns County, we actually do have a number of specialty courts with our treatment court, which we've got extra work there. However, because our non-civil colleagues do not want to try civil cases, we have a mini rotation now set up between Judge Cashman, Mahler, and Morley. So if you file a civil case, you're going to get one of the three of us.
in greater Minnesota, it would not be uncommon for one judge to hear a huge range of cases and have to manage a complex docket with a probate matter in the morning, a criminal trial in the midday, and a civil matter, civil motion hearing in the evening or end of the day.
Absolutely true.
And that's the only question I have for now.
Next up, we have Gloria, followed by Tim, Nick, and Pat.
Thanks for your time today. I'm wondering how your proposal compares to projected or contracted increases for state court administrators and clerks.
So the proposal is 6% each year for employees and 7% each year for judges, so it's equal.
Sure, wasn't here, but I think heard, I just wondered if there's any way we could look at greater Minnesota, well, not just greater Minnesota. Could you have a system that would allow judges to be appointed and take residency quite some time before their election? Given that, we have senior judges who serve outside of this district. Not likely I'm not saying that this should lead any of the increases that I'm very supportive of. I'm just saying that would that help solve the problem, or is that impossible?
If senior judges could help alleviate some.
No, the question is really, could the appointment system allow for folks who might have a lake place or have done a lot of litigation in rural Minnesota? Can they be appointed and establish residency 3 or 6 months before that election? Is that something that would be considered at all within the system to be relieve that pressure on the low number of applicants?
So my quick answer for that, I'd have to look at the language in the Constitution. The Constitution requires them to be a resident of the district at the time of their appointment. So we probably have to change the Constitution.
Nick, Ben, and David.
Yeah, this is a question for Judge Mahler. And looking at Mr. Banyan's work here, they're talking about that even more so than judicial pay, there's just been a huge increase in the workloads for judges. I know it's not in our, it's not in our ability to deal with, but what's your current request in for the expansion of judicial officers and staff to handle the workloads?
Well, we usually defer to the number of judges to state court administration because we have a weighted caseload study. In fact, we're going to be kicking that off for 6 weeks in March. And in the past, we have asked for that. I was appointed by Lenny in 2010. And I think in my 15 years, we've had 2 maybe judicial positions for the entire state. So, I mean, those are
In terms of being added?
added 2 judge positions for the entire state, 15 years. So they're very, very expensive to fund and hard to do. But Mr.
So we are doing a weighted caseload study. Probably have results by the end of the year. And the council will decide if we're going to use that study, which measures the workload versus the number of judges we have to get to your point. And then the judicial council will decide whether to go over to the legislature and ask for positions to be funded. As Judge Mahler said, it hasn't been very successful in the past, and it's very hard to get new judges added.
And then just Judge Mahler, your experience, have you seen just an increase in your caseload? What does your schedule look like? Has it changed from 2010 to today?
Well, I'm 58 years old and I'm hoping I could retire at 62. It has, I would ask you to look at Dr. Ali's report. Because he did or Mr. Ali's report, he did such a great job of summarizing why are judges leaving. The caseload has just become overwhelming with work. It used to be we would be on the bench at 9 o'clock in the morning. You'd have an hour lunch break. then you're maybe on the bench until 3 o'clock, and then from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, you're preparing for the next day. I would say my average, and not granted, I took on the role of the Minnesota District Judge's presidency. That in and of itself is probably an extra 20, 25 hours per week. I would say I'm usually logging in, whether I'm at the office or at home, somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. I literally eat my lunch as I'm walking through the tunnel between our two court facilities. And so all of the judges are working on committees and everything else during the lunch hour, so we're not getting that time. And then one of the other judges said, in a wellness review that we recently had, when I first became a judge 10 years ago, I don't ever remember working on weekends. In the last 3 years, I can't remember not working on weekend. To give you an example, I'm technically on vacation today. I'm on vacation and I'm here and I'm meeting with Speaker Damath this afternoon at 2:30 at my chambers in Stearns County. So all of the judges, even when you're on vacation, we're answering emails, we're doing cosigns, and so I think it is becoming a significantly less desirable position. And there's safety risks that we didn't even touch on. We have judges up in Douglas County where at 2:30 in the morning, her dog wanted to go out and there was a drone hovering 10 feet from her front door at 2:30 in the morning. I think that's terrifying. We had a judge in Greater Minnesota, where you're talking about retiring to the cabin, who was a victim of a harassment restraining order from a family court case, and he was convicted. What private sector lawyer wants to leave that job when people now can treat you that way? And I don't mean to be rude, but the judges in the trenches, the trial court judges, every other week somebody is screaming profanity at me, telling me this is BS or F off. I can say, bailiff, go to their house and go put them in jail for an hour to contempt of court. So the whole job has significantly changed in the last 4 or 5 years. I love civil litigators in my courtroom because they are so professional and so courteous. But it's been a huge shift.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
Question from Ben, David, and Janice, and then we're gonna put it on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question for Mr. Shorba, and while he's getting ready, I did want to thank you all for your service and the work that you do. Having been a judicial clerk before, I've seen some of the things that you have to deal with from defendants and even other lawyers. So it was eye-opening to see that. So one question I had is whether, as the court administrator, you have data if you do exit interviews. So while I have no doubt that all of the anecdotes that we're told are true, having some of that I think would help justify that. So either in exit interviews, like, are people leaving for higher pay, or things like that? You know, do you collect that? And if you do you have that information? I think would be really helpful for us to see, because just, you know, saying we want to give people, you know, match it to private sector or something else, like having that evidence, I think would be helpful. And then also how the pension, I want to thank the staff for providing the information I asked about, which is like some of the delayed compensation and the full comp package and not just salaries, which I think is an important discussion, and whether that plays into it at all.
So I can answer with regard to staff, or maybe the association has some information for our judges. We do an exit interview with every staff member who leaves, whether it's retirement, resignation, everything. And the number one reason people leave the judicial branch is money. They don't leave because they don't like their supervisor. Don't leave because they think this is silly work. They all like working here. The number one reason is money. So we do have that for every staff member. We have a ranking of reasons why people left, and it's money. We just don't pay enough. So
Can I just in Stearns County in the last 6 months, we have lost 3 of our senior most court clerks who are assigned to a judge with the judging court every. They all left to go to the private sector in another business in Avon, I'll tell you. I won't say the name. But we know, and one left and got a great paying job. She went from like about $35,000 a year to 70. And now she's stolen two of her coworkers because they love working together so much. They love the job. But the salaries are just not anything that we can compete with.
So if you have that data, even if it's just an Excel spreadsheet, that would be really, if you can send it to this staff, that would be helpful for me so that we could at least say, here's some evidence or justify it. Also, so the legislature doesn't just overrule us like they've done in the past, is being able to submit some data, I think will help bolster. I'm not saying that we are going to decide to agree, but if we do, it would also, I think, help our case. And knowing that some of the folks in the audience, including Mr. Banyan, have been former legislators, that kind of stuff will help.
Yeah, we can provide that. Our HR director's here. We can provide a summary, and I will assure you that when I go into a longer presentation in front of our funding committees, get into detail with exactly your question of why people.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. You did a great job. Just, if we can send it over, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
David?
Thanks. I have a question for Professor Banyan. I'm looking at the study, and can you address the comparison of law firm attorneys with 10+ years experience and judges' salaries? And I'm looking at this table 5. And then also looking at the chart that you displayed. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Am I right that the law firm attorneys with 10+ years experience made less than the district salary, or did that change?
So if you are working in a law firm with more than 10 years experience, the median salary for the Robert Half study in 2024 was 178, just about $179,000 as opposed to 190 for a district court judge.
And so the chart, maybe I'm just looking at this chart wrong, you can tell me, but the chart suggests to me that it went like up, that exceeded the judge's pay, but am I reading this wrong?
You should be looking at figure.
Yes, figure.
Yeah, you look at figure 4.
Table 5 is the other, if you compare them.
Figure 4 draws table 5, but the thing about figure 4 is it includes the 25th and 75th percentile. Right?
Got it. Okay. Yep. I just needed to read the chart. Thank you.
Question is Devin.
Janice, are you able to hear us? Okay. Yeah, there we go.
Yes, I am. Sorry about that. I just wanted to offer one little bit of clarification. Judge Mueller had mentioned that the MSRS pension does decrease 6% by each year. But if we do have any judges that are leaving for counties or public service in another way, they do have reciprocity with para and other pensions provided. So I think that also it shows the importance of being closer to like a county position, because they can just transfer their pension over to para.
Devin, you have a call.
Just a very quick question on the table 4 or table 5 and figure 4. Table 5 mentions that the source is a Robert Half study. That's a national study, so it's a national median salary, correct?
I'm gonna look over my colleague. Were you able to separate that just out of Minnesota? Minnesota, yeah. So those data are just for Minnesota. Yeah. They're not for national. Thank you for the question.
I want to thank all of you for coming, and thank you for your busy schedules, and it's really helped us a lot today. Members of the commission, we're going to have a lunch break. If you want to be part of the discussion on reform, follow David to lunch. And we're going to return, and I will gavel it back in sharp 12:45. We'll be back. Thank you. We are in recess.
I'm just gonna grab something to eat and then grab the table in the cafeteria. So.
Welcome to Zoom. The compensation council is back in order. Our next testifier is Commissioner Aaron Campbell. Commissioner, can you introduce yourself for the record and go right ahead?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Nice to be with you today. I'm Erin Campbell. I am the Commissioner of Minnesota Management and Budget. Today I'm here to provide a brief overview of the duties of the governor and the lieutenant governor. All right, so the governor is responsible for the direction, administration, and supervision of the affairs of the executive branch of state government. To provide some context here, that includes responsibility over agency budgets totaling more than $62 billion in fiscal year 2024, excluding the U of M, Minnesota State Retirement System, Public Employee Retirement Association, and other constitutional offices, and a workforce of just under 40,000 state employees. The governor also serves as the commander-in-chief of the Minnesota National Guard, comprised of nearly 13,000 soldiers and airmen, and oversees emergency responses. With respect to the legislative process, the governor's role involves proposing biennial operating and capital budgets and reviewing legislation, which he then has the authority to veto or sign into law. And the governor also has the authority to call special sessions of the legislature when they need to do so. The governor serves as the chair of the State Executive Council, the State Board of Investment, the Land Exchange Board, and the Board of Pardons. To illustrate the significance of these responsibilities, I would note that there are $146.2 billion in assets under the management of the State Board of Investment. State department heads, members of state boards and commissions, judges in the state's 10 judicial districts and the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court are all appointed by the governor. This responsibility encompasses more than 3,200 appointments made by Governor Walz or any governor into more than 106 state boards and commissions. Additionally, the governor is responsible for issuing extradition papers, proclamation, and writs of special elections. Moving on to the duties of the lieutenant governor, responsibilities of the office center on assisting the governor in carrying out the functions of the executive branch. The lieutenant governor serves as a member of the state executive council, is the vice chair of the state capital preservation commission, and the chair of the capital area architecture planning board. Additionally, the lieutenant governor presides as the authority under the president of the Senate until the president of the Senate is elected and takes the oath of office on the first day of a regular legislative session. The lieutenant governor would succeed the governor if there was a vacancy and exercises the powers delegated by the governor. For Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, this has meant serving as chair, co-chair, or otherwise leading interagency initiatives, task force and work groups like the Children's Cabinet, Interagency Council on Homelessness, and the Advisory Committee on Capital Area Security. Lieutenant governors have also taken on additional responsibilities in the office of the governor beyond what is outlined in statute. Lieutenant Governor Flanagan has served as a key advisor and contributor to the governor's process of appointing state department heads, stewarded important intergovernmental relationships, including those with our 11 tribal nations that share geography with Minnesota, and participated in the governor's budget proposal process. The lieutenant governor has also been part of the process to appoint members to the state boards and commissions and is a participant in the judicial appointment interview and selection process. In order to serve as a chief advisor to the governor and representatives of the office of the governor, the lieutenant governor participates in meetings between the governor and his staff, legislative leaders. This includes, but is not limited to, policy briefings with staff and key decision-making meetings with legislative leadership. That is the totality of my presentation for you. If there are questions, I can try to answer them.
Limited, I have thousands of questions that are off point, but how do we limit these to on point questions to the governor, lieutenant governor? Sorry. I'll start with a simple one. The governor's salary is very low.
I'm sorry, what? The salary is very low.
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that are are you at?
You did have recommendation for us at all, where you, along these lines?
No, I'm not bringing forward any recommendations on behalf of the governor or lieutenant governor in terms of what their salaries are.
Seems common sense to me that the governor should be the highest paid constitutional officer in the state. At a lowest rate. Court chief justice, it just, on the top of my head, I can't think of any contrary argument. I'm off base, I feel here because governors are basically core to almost every aspect of civic life in the state.
I'll speak on behalf of myself, that I would agree with you personally. I think that that's fair, but the governor and lieutenant governor, you know, they really prefer an impartial approach to deciding how their salaries are set.
Well, and that's my problem with the other questions is, none of this is about the personality in these positions. It's about the weight of the position and their responsibilities, because we're gonna have other governors, other lieutenant governors, other chief justices, other speakers, and so we're setting a salary for the future. But I'm gonna open up to questions, Devin. And
Good morning, or good afternoon, Commissioner Driscoll. My understanding is that historically, there was in statute a requirement that once the governor's salary was set, that the other statewide elected officials were some percentage of that. Or is that not the case now?
That is not the case any longer. I think is 2015, is that?
I don't know that they were type constitutional officers were as a percentage.
It used to be the case that for state employees that was the case, but that has been repealed. I'd have to find you the exact year that happened.
But that's no longer the law.
It's no longer.
Thank you.
we have someone who can answer back to that.
Mr. Chair, members, there was a provision in session law 15 years ago that set the salaries of the other constitutional officers as a percentage of the governor's salary. It's just session law. And that's been followed since.
Next up is Tim, followed by Jim, followed by Florida.
I don't know if you call this a fringe benefit, the governor's provided a residence, does not pay for that, obviously. Transportation. Is anything important to the lieutenant governor in that similar vein?
The lieutenant governor also has executive protection. So the transportation that you're referring to is executive protection provided by the Minnesota State Patrol. And so that would be applicable to the lieutenant governor themselves. There's a distinction, of course, between that and then like other family members and those types of things.
Am I missing anything besides the housing and transportation for the governor as well?
I can think of now.
I'm Jim Robbins. Thank you, Commissioner, for appearing. Just to clarify, at this point, I believe, well, my question would be, so you have no recommendations whatsoever for salaries in anything that's in our jurisdiction? You're just giving us information, we're on our own, is that what you're saying?
I'm here today to just talk about the governor and lieutenant governor. And so in answering Pat's question, it was specific to the governor and lieutenant governor, but I am not bringing you recommendations on behalf of the other executive branches, or excuse me, constitutional officers. And members of the staff team at MMB will later be talking to you about agency heads. I am an agency head, and so I will not be part of that conversation to that end, but you will hear from staff at MMB about that particular issue.
So you're here as the MMB in general. Just sort of give us an idea of what no recommendations on the budget you'll be managing.
No, I'm here today to specifically give
I'm talking about MMB in general. What they're, we're directed to forget exactly what statutorily, but I'm trying to understand. Are we recommendations or just general?
I believe that when the MMB team speaks to you later about agency head salaries, that they will have more specific recommendations. But for conflict of interest reasons, I will not be a part of that conversation. And I believe you heard from Tom Carr this morning about the overall budget situation.
And the statute requires you guys to give us technical assistance, and so. If there are further questions, we can work this out. I think people are.
Just one more, it's related. Our charge in theory, well, not in theory, in statute allows us to make recommendations whatever point thereafter, so that us as an appointed, and they're not recommendations, the legislature doesn't act, they become law. Are you comfortable with statutory sort of open-ended situation where an appointed council just basically sets boundaries well into the future?
Yes, that is actually language that we worked through last year. There are 40,000 employees in state agencies and across state government, and we're talking about a very small number of those state employees in this group. And so in terms of an impact to the state budget, I mean, unless you go really crazy, it's a pretty minimal impact on the budget overall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at the materials from our last meeting, we've got the comparison of the surrounding states for constitutional officers and judicial officers. I'm wondering if that could be expanded to see where Minnesota falls. We had a discussion about whether we're over or under the 50% mark for our judges. But they have similar comparative data for constitutional law. Mr. Chair, members, I believe Gloria is referring to documents that are in your folder. I believe it's G for the bottom. It says G. Yep. Okay. Yep. Yeah. We can.
Other questions from the commission? Thank you for coming to testify. It's very helpful. Our next, we're going to hear from a series of folks who represent the constitutional officer. I'm going to go to questions after each one because there's no sense holding them all here. So first we have John Keller, who is the Chief Deputy Attorney General from the Attorney General's Office.
Good afternoon. My name is John Keller, not John Kelly, as it says on the agenda. Assistant County Attorney for Rankin County, John Kelly. John Keller with an R. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you all for your service on this important mission. I'm the Chief Deputy at the Attorney General's Office. I've been with the office since 2019, and I oversee the legal side of the work that we do. Thanks for inviting me to be here today. I'm always proud to share the amazing work of our office, what's happening, and the ways in which we're helping Minnesotans. First, I'm going to do a quick overview of what the AG's office does and its role in state government. As the state of Minnesota's chief legal officer, the Attorney General has four main duties. First, the AG represents more than 100 state agencies, boards, and commissions in litigation and other legal matters. The work is essential to the effective operation of the state of Minnesota and protecting the interests and pocketbooks of the people. It includes defending the constitutionality of state law against legal challenges. Second, the AG's office plays an important role in criminal prosecution, both in supporting county attorneys with criminal prosecutions and appeal upon their request, and in sharing original jurisdiction over Medicaid fraud with the federal government. Third, the AG serves on several state boards, including the Executive Committee, State Board of Investment, and the Board of Pardons. And fourth, and finally, The AG is the chief enforcer of the state of Minnesota's consumer protection, antitrust, and charities laws. When AG Keith Ellison was elected in 2019, he inherited an office that had unfortunately languished under disinvestment for close to 2 decades. It had simply fallen behind in a number of ways. In those same 2 decades, however, the challenges Minnesotans faced in affording their lives became greater, not smaller. And similarly, in those 2 decades, the challenges of the state of Minnesota faced an even more litigious legal landscape. And those challenges, again, became greater, not smaller. For those reasons, the AG dedicated his tenure as Attorney General to seeking the revenues for the office that the office needs to serve Minnesota's needs in the 21st century. Over the last 6 years, and particularly in 2023, the legislature has approved new funds for necessary staff, for higher salaries for staff, and much needed technology and physical office upgrades for the office. We've used these funds thoughtfully and wisely and will continue to do so. About our staff, we are made up of attorneys, legal assistants, investigators, mediators, financial analysts, and support staff, all helping us fulfill the 4 charges I listed. There's a total of 436 employees in the office, 157 attorneys, 55 managers and supervisors, and 224 professional and administrative support staff. Said a different way, there are 305 employees on the legal side of the office and 131 on the administrative side. The office has grown significantly since the AG took office in 2019. At that time, we had approximately 330 staff across all divisions. Today, as I mentioned, the office has 436. That's nearly 100 additional positions and an increase of about 1/3. With that growth, the office has grown more complex. When we took office in 2019, the office was organized into 16 divisions. Today it's 22. The general fund appropriation to the AG's office is approximately $40 million, and 82% of that appropriation goes to pay for compensation for staff. Staff salary ranges go from $41,800 to $196,300. Average salary of all employees is $100,600, and the average salary of attorneys in the office is $124,600. The number of attorneys in the office earning more than the Attorney General is 37. The number of staff in the office that earn more than the Attorney General is 74. And across the state of Minnesota enterprise, there are 1,166 people that earn more than the AG. For some additional perspective, I want to spend some time on the issue of the current salary of the AG, how it compares to other similarly situated public lawyers and public officials. As you already know from documents posted for the previous meeting of this council, as of July 1, 2024, the AG salary is $142,000. Of our 5 neighboring states, the Minnesota AG office ranks 3rd in pay, behind North Dakota and Wisconsin. Notably, the 2020 population of North Dakota was just under 780,000, while Minnesota was at 5.7 million. Nonetheless, as I said, the AG's salary in North Dakota is higher than that in Minnesota. Looking at the data already provided again to the council about salary comparisons, I wanted to highlight of the 14 county attorneys' salaries who are listed from all parts of Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Sago, Hennepin, Ramsey, Beltrami, St. Louis, and Mower. Among others, the Minnesota AG is paid less than 13 of those 14 county attorneys, just ahead of Nabik. In fact, his salary is closer to that of assistant county attorneys in those same counties. The document also goes on to share that a managing attorney and assistant public defender of the Minnesota Board of Public Defense can make more than the Minnesota attorney. The private sector In the Minneapolis area, a lawyer with approximately 2 to 3 years of experience makes more than the Minnesota Attorney General. Lastly, in relationship to other Minnesota state agencies, the size of Minnesota Attorney General's office staff comes in at around 20 out of 39 agencies and constitutional offices, while the AG is paid less than 30 of those agency heads. Raise that point, not to say the other agency heads do not deserve the salaries they earn. Sure they do. I raise it just to point out that AG Ellison, the state's chief legal officer, runs a large and growing public law office that serves 5.7 million Minnesotans, more than 100 state agencies, boards, and commissions at a time of increasing legal complexity. I've spent some time on the numbers. I want to turn in more detail to the essential and critical work of the office. As I said, the office consists of 4 large legal sections, which correspond to those 4 main duties of the office that I described earlier. Each of these sections is led by either a deputy attorney general or the solicitor general. Within each section are smaller divisions organized around a particular subject matter and client agency reports or commissions. The deputy AGs and the solicitor AG report to me as the chief deputy and to the AG. We've provided a handout, so you have that goes into more detail about the specific work of all of these divisions. Looks like you have that. Thank you. So it'll provide more detail about the exact work. This information is drawn, and I point your direction to an annual report that we file under Minnesota Statute 8.15. So there's even greater detail at that link of the amazing work that the office does with my colleagues. I also want to highlight some important changes that AG Ellison has made to the office, so the dedication to continuous improvement and innovation. AG Ellison has created several new divisions in the legal section of the office that reflect the priorities of the office and the state and the people of Minnesota. Number 1, we started a wage theft division in 2019 with the help of a bipartisan bill the legislature passed that gave the AG authority to investigate and prosecute wage theft. As a result of the 2023 legislative session, the office received funding to expand that wage theft unit into a full-fledged division. It's now comprised of 5 attorneys and 2 investigators. This has allowed our office to undertake more investigations and enforcement actions that will protect low-wage Minnesota workers in numerous industries from unlawful labor and wage practices. As a result of the 2023 legislative session, the office also received funding increases to add 2 additional antitrust attorneys, increasing the size of that unit from 4 to 6. The AG then created a freestanding antitrust division, allowing that team again to undertake more investigations and enforcement action in an increasingly complex area of law. These investigations and enforcement actions continue to be focused on enforcement of industries important to Minnesota, including agriculture, healthcare, technology, among others. And this division leads our enforcement of the newly passed 2023 law requiring pre-merger notification of healthcare transactions. Additionally, on the Digital Fair Act. Third, the AG also launched a civil rights division in 2023 with support from the legislature. And this division works to protect tenants, home buyers, and other consumers that are targeted or disproportionately harmed by discrimination and fraud on the basis of race, religion, age, and other protected status. Excuse me. Fourth, AG Ellison, with increased legislative support in 2023, not only dramatically increased the number of prosecutors in our office, but also created a freestanding criminal appellate division that was previously, many years ago, part of the criminal division. The criminal appellate division provides increased assistance to county attorneys in felony appeals. The cases handled in 2024 by that appellate division include, among other crimes, murder, sexual assault, drug distribution and manufacturing, child sexual abuse, arson, and distribution of child pornography. And fifth and final, in terms of new areas of focus and concentration, A.G. Ellison created a post-conviction justice division to carry out two important initiatives to seek justice for persons who have been convicted of crimes in the past. The division performs two important functions. First, our conviction review unit is an independent unit in the AG's office with a mission to identify, remedy, and prevent wrongful conviction. Most CRUs, as they're called, across the country are housed in a single jurisdiction district attorney or county attorney's office. Minnesota now is one of the few across the country that have a statewide CRU, allowing Minnesotans from any part of the state to petition for review of their conviction. The second part of this unit is to mitigate the collateral consequences of a past criminal conviction. This is for persons who have served their sentences and rehabilitated themselves, and this is through our statewide expungement program. Since early 2023, division staff have hosted a dozen expungement clinics in counties around the state and helped nearly 1,000 people who may not have had the resources to submit an online application. To date, the division has helped local prosecutors obtain expungement orders in approximately 900 cases. To return to the numbers for a moment, it's essential to communicate and emphasize that the AG's office is a strong net contributor to the state of Minnesota and Minnesota. Since 2019, the office has contributed close to $2.1 billion to the bottom line of both the state and Minnesota households. This number far exceeds the legislature's total appropriation to our office over that same period. Let me say more. To speak to the contributions to the state of Minnesota, over the last 4 years, the office has returned over $40 million to the general fund. This is in the form of revenue and deposits of undispersed restitution funds. The office further contributed significant amounts to dedicated funds, not just the general fund, but funds dedicated to a specific purpose. For example, we reached a total of $565 million in settlement with the opioid companies. 183 million of that 565 has already been received by the state of Minnesota. The office also won an additional 81 million for the state's tobacco fund. A recent judgment additionally shows that there may be an additional 58 million owed plus interest in successfully litigating against tobacco companies for not paying the state its full amounts they agreed to in our historic 1999 tobacco settlement, which our office continues to enforce. Third, we also won more than $60 million for the state in our settlement with Juul and Altria over deceptive marketing of e-cigarettes, which was the largest per capita state settlement in the country with those defendants. The legislature also designated these funds to go directly to tobacco preventive measures. The amounts I just mentioned are dollars we've contributed to the state. We've also contributed significantly to the bottom line of Minnesota households, and this also takes several forms. $1.5 billion in utility costs that electric and natural gas consumers have saved because of the intervention and advocacy of our residential utilities division, or RUD, in rate case matters at the Public Utilities Commission. Second, we've returned more than $85 million in restitution and debt relief for Minnesotans victimized by student loan scams. And third, our Consumer Action Division, which fields thousands of calls with Minnesotans every year, over the last 6 years has helped consumers informally mediate and resolve thousands of complaints with businesses and other organizations. This group answers over 50,000 calls a year and helps resolve those complaints from people and businesses or those who contact us for assistance. I'm proud to help lead this office in being a net contributor to state coffers and to helping Minnesotans. I'm also proud that for the last 4 years, and for the first time in the history of the AG's office, our office has been recognized as a top workplace in Minnesota and in the United States. We're the only state agency to be so honored. That's above all a recognition of the dedicated public servants who work and thrive in the Attorney General's office, not for the high salaries, but out of a sense of duty, mission, and calling to serve the public. This commitment comes undoubtedly from the crystal clear leadership of AG Pete Ellis. The AG over the last 6 years has led the expansion and transformation of this office and firmly set the mission for everyone in the AG's office to help Minnesotans for their lives and live with safety, dignity, and respect. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I appreciate your service on this.
We're going to open this up for questions right now. We have several other people that come through, so we're going to do a few questions.
Robinson. I'm wondering, with the expansion of the staff, thank you for the very complete review. What comes to mind, and I don't know the answer to this, is on complex legislation, the AG's office has relied on contracts, attorneys with expertise. Has that expansion somewhat limited the need for those contracts?
It's a great question. And I'm assuming you're referring to some of the environmental litigation that's that we inherited, which is, I think, I'm quite certain is probably the largest external legal services contract. The use of outside counsel, there are some unique roles where we don't have those services. One of the reasons why we have sought to rebuild the office to a size and ability to deal with issues stem from, that expenditure of money on attorneys and firms that are not part of the honestly excellent rate that Minnesotans get by using public attorneys. I don't have at the top of my mind or fingers a direct answer to your question. I would be surprised if it has grown. It's probably stayed the same in terms of the number of firms that we've used. And that one firm we did consider taking back, but again, we did not have the expertise. The litigation was well advanced as probably.
No further questions. Appreciate your testimony. Congratulations on the positive workplace award. All agencies are applying for that award. That's my editorial comment of the day. Sorry. Next up, we have Nicole Freeman from Security.
Just a point of clarification. Do you need me to stay? Okay. Thank you.
For having us here today. My name is Nicole Freeman. I serve as the Government Relations Director at the Office of the Secretary of State. And so I'll provide a brief office overview in an effort to give a full scope of the duties of the Secretary of State and what the Secretary himself will be administrative. And then I'll be happy to answer any questions that you all might have. So the Office of the Secretary of State currently has 117 staff across our 4 divisions of the office. So as you can see, our business services makes up the largest percentage. Our elections division is second, administration third, and safe at home. So we'll start and talk through our business services division and the work that they do. The Business Services Division primarily reviews, approves, and files articles of incorporation and amendments for all businesses and nonprofit organizations who wish to conduct business in Minnesota. So the division provides any online as well as walk-in services to Minnesota businesses, including business name filings and searches, filing articles and renewals, ordering copies and certificates. And the division also records assumed names of businesses, limited partnerships, limited liability companies, and limited liability partnerships. It provides business data to the public as well as accept application for legal newspaper status. The UCC division within our business services maintains records filed under the Universal Commercial Code regarding collateral pledged to secure loans. It also administers the Central Notification System, or CNS, for farm product needs, and files and maintains statewide federal tax needs. The UCC division files an average of 157,000 UCC filings per year. It also processes an average of 31,762 UCC orders per year. So they're a busy group. The notary and apostille unit processes notary public applications, renewals and changes, as well as maintains a notary database available to the public. On average, the office processes 6,500 new notary commissions and 10,100 renewals of notary commissions every year. So the division also authenticates certain documents for international use with an apostille. An apostille is a certificate that authenticates the signature of a public official or a notary on a document for use in another country. These are often things like birth certificates or power of attorney documents for international travel and business. And in 2024, the office authenticated just over 29,500 documents, up from 20,500 documents in 2018. Across the office, there has been new responsibilities and new duties for the office over the last several years, given because of new laws that have passed. And so I'll run through a few of them for business services. The first one being a UCC bogus filer law that was passed in 2022. This bill allowed our office to reject clearly fraudulent filings. These filings were often filed from so-called sovereign citizens. So passing this allowed the UCC division to really cut down on some of their fraudulent filing that they always had to process, allowed them to reject those. In 2023, the legislature created a new registration filing type for structured settlement purchasers. Now, in order to operate as a structured settlement purchaser within Minnesota, entity has to file with our office, submit a fee of $700, and submit a sworn certification of a surety bond. And then finally, the Congress passed the Corporate Transparency Act, requiring that in 2024, certain types of corporations, LLCs, and other similar entities doing business within the whole United States had to report certain information about their beneficial owners. That information was to be reported to the U.S. Department of Treasury. The law required each state's Secretary of State's office to provide information about that requirement to businesses. And so you are following this in your own lives. The Department of Treasury has indicated that they're not going to enforce the law against domestic entities, but our office is still required to provide information of the federal requirements. So still involved in that. Overall, the work of the office has continued to increase, whether due to new laws or simply just growth in filings. So in 2024, the division handled just over 970,000 compared to just 770,000 in 2018. So overall, a 25% increase. The Attorney General mentioned this. Our office, the Secretary of State, we are also a net contributor to the general fund. These increases in business services are the primary driver of our continued growth as a net contributor to the state general fund. Currently, our office is $27 million net contributor to the general fund per biennium. Our second largest division is elections. It's the division that most of you probably think of when you hear Office of the Secretary of State. And it is primarily focused on election administration. In addition to election administration at the state level, the office also supports a county election security navigator team, as well as a voter coach team. Elections division trains and certifies county election administrators. It provides ongoing support as well as resources to local election officials. It administers and supports the statewide voter registration system, or SVRS. That's the database that houses all voter records within the state, as well as the system that supports absentee and mail voting. It administers the database of candidates and the system for gathering and reporting on the results. It tests and certifies all election equipment used in the state of Minnesota. The division conducts post-election performance audits. We're working on through those right now, as well as administers the state canvassing board, which certifies all state election results. The office also has rulemaking authority with respect to elections and regularly engages in development. And finally, the administration the division develops and supports online voter tools, including online voter registration, online absentee applications, polling place finder, as well as other voter information tools. Since 2017, the amount of grants processed by the office has increased significantly. Prior to 2017, the office processed grants very rarely. Since 2017, the office has processed tens of millions of dollars in grants and reimbursements to local governments. This work is time intensive, requires significant staff resources to ensure proper oversight, but also has been critical to the support of local election officials. The Election Administration Division in the past 2 years has been tasked with implementing some of the largest election law changes in decades. These changes include restoring voting rights for those on felony probation but no longer incarcerated, implementing automatic voter registration, which automatically registers individuals to vote for anyone that applies for a driver's license or a state ID card, so long as they show proof of citizenship and meet the age requirements for pre-registration or registration. It also is implementing expanded absentee voting and working to implement early voting in upcoming elections. The expanded language access to voters, including translating polling place materials, as well as translated sample ballots within certain polling places. We implemented pre-registration for 16 and 17-year-olds, so they're on the voting rolls as soon as they turn 18. And established a Minnesota-specific Voting Rights Act and train election officials on those requirements. The law changes required significant effort, as well as training and education for local election officials. The office also supports a voter outreach team of 2 individuals. The team engages in nonpartisan voter outreach across all sectors and communities. One staff member is primarily focused on youth and civic education. And one of the large events that they put on is the student voting program. And this program conducts a statewide mock election with students of all ages. You'll see some of those folks here. And the office partners with the YMCA on this effort. In 2024, we had 439 schools participate across the state. Finally, in elections, the office supports a team of 3 election security navigators. These individuals are funded by the Federal Help America Vote Act and are focused on assisting counties to increase security and overall preparedness in election administration. The team helps connect state and federal resources to they focus their efforts on online information sharing and collaboration. They conduct annual trainings and tabletop exercises, and importantly, get out to all of the counties for in-person meetings. This shows a map of one of their trips. And at those in-person meetings with the counties, they conduct time with election staff as well as IT staff, and also help with assessments for physical and cybersecurity. In 2024, they visit every county within the state to provide support, resources, and guidance. And just a quick recap of the success of the division. Minnesota continues to see a high voter turnout and high voter participation. We are essentially tied with Wisconsin this year for #1 voter turnout in the nation. While Minnesota has maintained its position as a high voter turnout state, what has changed is when voters are choosing to vote. So this year we saw well over a third of Minnesotans cast their vote before election day, and we anticipate that that trend will continue. Next smallest division within the office is the administration division. The administration division includes communications, legal, government relations, but also other core administrative functions required by the Constitution and state statute. These functions include maintaining the statutory open appointment process for the over 300 boards and commissions across the state, as well as certification and maintenance of official documents and session laws. In addition, this division supports the Secretary of State in his service on the state executive council, as well as the state board of investment. Finally, the last division of the office is Safe at Home, which provides access to confidentiality services for Minnesotans who have significant safety concerns. These individuals are often victims of domestic violence, stalking, or have professional safety concerns, such as individuals like judges. The program partners with social service agencies statewide to enroll people in the program. Once enrolled, a participant is provided a substitute address that they can use as their legal address for all purposes. The partnership with social service agencies extends across the state to ensure that all Minnesotans have access to enrollment to this vital safety program. And enrollment does continue to grow. As you can see in this slide, just under 5,000 active participants were in the program at the end of 2024. This slide shows the total number of individuals served every year. Folks are sort of every day coming in and exiting out of the program, but this shows the continued growth of the program as well as the total number served. This chart shows that just between 2022 and 2024, a comparison between applications, participants, household, as well as increases in cost and workflow related to the mail that our office processes. There's just a few quotes related to the office. Although it's the smallest part, by staffing level, it does incredibly important work. The program keeps people safe. The participants have given us permission to share some statements about how the program has impacted them. The office is really proud of the critical work that this division does. And finally, one question I was specifically asked to address was the salary range of employees within the office, as well as the number of employees paid more than the secretary. Salaries in the office range between $43,660 and $178,336 annually. Of the 117 employees, 19 have a higher salary than Secretary Simon. Those 19 positions represent primarily senior leaders within the office and many IT staff. With that, I'm happy to answer questions.
It's probably all in here somewhere. Can you, off the top of your head, tell me how many FTE and your current biennial budget?
We have 100. I don't know our count according to MNB. We currently have 117 staff members. Our annual budget is, I would need to look at that. It's somewhere around $24 million for a biennial.
That sounds really low for the biennial.
Data here is showing 26.3 million a year in budget and 100,000 employees. So it's not. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Up next, we have two people from the state auditor, Matt Lindeman and Megan Fraser Clark. From the table, identify yourself for the record.
Chair McCormick, members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Matt Lindeman. I'm the operations director for the Office of State Auditor. With me today is Megan Thrasher Clark, who is the director of our Constitution Division. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. We will try to give you a better understanding of the OSA and the role the state auditor plays in Minnesota. We plan to give you an overview of the OSA, answer some questions, and provide a look at a national salary comparison for state auditors. The State Auditor's Office oversees, has oversight over $4 billion in local government spending and $20 billion of federal funds spent at the state level. We perform financial and compliance and petition audits. We review and compare reporting forms to financial statements. We review reporting information and follow up with local governments on legal requirements, and we investigate reported issues of misuse of public funds to fulfill our mission. We support local governments by developing guidance materials. We work directly with local government finance staff. We provide training to local governments. In addition, we provide an accounting software program for small local governments called CPAS. We're an excellent source of state and local government for the state and local government decision makers to help them make fact-based, data-driven decisions. We do this by providing audited financial statements, reports on local government finances, data comparison tools on our website. We also consult with state and local government decision makers about the data we collect. We are one of the best sources of financial expertise in Minnesota. We have 112 FTEs that are mostly made up of CPAs and accounting professionals located in 6 locations throughout the state. The OSA is made up of 7 divisions. The largest of these is our audit practice division. It is about 75% of the staff in our office. It performs financial and compliance audits of local governments, so similar to what a CPA firm would do. In addition, we audit the state of Minnesota's single audit. About 3 years ago, we took over the state single audit from the Office of the Legislative Auditor. Our government information division collects and reports on financial information from over 3,300 local governments. It also supports local governments by answering their questions, their financial questions. And finally, it develops, it maintains, and supports the financial software program, which our local government is called CTAS. Our legal/special investigation division provides legal support to the whole office. In addition, they investigate allegations of theft or misuse of public funds in local government. Our tax increment financing division provides oversight of approximately 1,670 TIF districts in Minnesota. Our pension division provides oversight and support of about 520 pension plans set up mostly for volunteer firefighters in Minnesota. Our operations division performs budgeting, accounting, technology, and office management duties for the whole office. Speaking of our budget is mostly dedicated to staffing. About 85% of our budget goes to salaries, with a large part of our budget being recovered through audits. Now I'd like to hand over the presentation to Megan.
All right, thank you, Chair McCormack, members. My name is Megan Thrasher Clark, and I am the Constitution Division Director for the Office of the State Auditor. So I'll wrap up our overview of the OSA with our last division, my division, the Constitution Division. We are a small but mighty team of 3 that supports the work specific to the state auditor, including legislative activity, media coordination, external communication with stakeholders and public, and supporting the state auditor's active involvement in 7 boards. The state auditor serves as the chief executive officer for the OSA and is responsible for fulfilling her constitutional duties. She does this by connecting with members of the public and advocating on behalf of the OSA with legislators and regularly meeting with stakeholders. Here we go. All right. Local government oversight is a primary function of this position. The state auditor convenes several working groups to ensure our partners in local government are supported. The state auditor serves on a total of 7 boards that oversee more than $150 billion in state and local funds. And she is an active member and brings the fiscal integrity lens to each board. For these first 4 boards, the Minnesota State Board of Investment, Minnesota Housing Finance Agency, Minnesota Rural Finance Authority, and the Minnesota Public Employee Retirement Association. The state auditor's primary responsibility is as a fiduciary. The state auditor is also an active board member on the Minnesota Executive Council, the Minnesota Land Exchange Board, and the Minnesota Historical Society. In response to the ongoing public financial staff shortage, the state auditor convened the audit and reporting group. So this working group is comprised of auditors, both public and private, Minnesota legislators, local officials, and other stakeholders. The audit and reporting has been meeting regularly since the summer of 2024 to examine accounting thresholds and requirements. As a note, Auditor Blaha also chairs the Fire Relief Association Working Group and can be tasked by the legislature to organize other working groups. With that, I'd like to turn it back to my colleague, Matt Lindeman, for the National Salary Comparison.
Thank you, Megan. Chairman, members. If you look at the current slide, in the summary of the National State Auditors Association's auditing in the state survey for 2024, it is also available in the handouts we provided you. We believe it's a good benchmark for state auditor salaries. If you look at the Minnesota State Auditor salary, it ranks very near the bottom of the national average for state auditors. Her salary for 2024 is only at the 15th percentile for state auditors nationally. Luckily, the other positions in the OSA rank in the 50th to the 75th percentile nationally. As I mentioned earlier, our office has 112 FTEs. The salary ranges between about 52,000 to 168,000, with 8 of the positions having salaries greater than the state auditor. If you look at the next slide, you'll see that the legislative auditor in the 77th percentile actually with the same survey. Finally, when you look at the final graph, if you look at our final slide, you'll see a scattered graph of state auditor salaries compared to their total budget. It shows that state auditor manages a reasonable sized budget, but many other auditors who manage similar or smaller budgets have higher salaries. Again, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today, and we're available to answer any questions.
There are questions?
And this on those last 2, are we talking generally, are they the majority elected auditors or?
I think the majority are elected state auditors. So when we looked at the survey, we saw that about half of them have CPAs, the other half don't. If you look at Minnesota, the state audit, our state auditor does not have a CPA, but also the legislative auditor does not have a CPA.
Very much. I appreciate it. We're going to take about a 5-minute break. We would bathroom break and get water. So that's fine. We're going to
Short answer to this.
Everybody, we're now going to reconvene. Next up, we have Dory Leland, the Enterprise Director of Employee Classification and Compensation at MMP. Dory, you state your name for the record and dive into your presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm surprised to see you all came back. It's currently 72 degrees outside. So thanks for sticking around for the presentation. I am Dory Leland. I'm a director at MMP, and part of my role is to establish the compensation ranges for the 1,800 job classifications for the 40,000 employees in the state. I want to start off my presentation with an apology, because you've got some really good detailed presentations today about specific decisions. And just because of time constraints, I'm not going to be able to do that. These 35 decisions about. You have, or I can provide information about the FTE counts for each of those offices and their budgets. And then I also have to share a proxy that we use for all of our other positions in terms of the complexity of each of those roles. So that's another data point that you can consider when you make the salary determinations, that is in addition to the FTE count and the salaries for the operating budgets for each of those agencies. And I'm happy to take questions as we go along too, however you I think everybody here knows this, but just a really brief overview of kind of how we got here. Prior to 2015, there were some real restrictions in place in terms of the agency head pay. Nobody in the agency, with very few exceptions, could pay more than the agency head, and all of the agency heads were tied specifically to the governor and didn't receive increases for years on end. In 2015, Governor Dayton had an opportunity to adjust commissioner pay, and he did it in kind of 3 different buckets. So Group A got a salary at this rate, Group B got a different rate, Group C got a third rate. And then they stayed that way from 2015 until 2023, because the process to change that pay was just not a process that anybody used. So between 2015 and 2023, no commissioner or any of those agency heads received even across the board increases, no kind of increases at all. Whereas all of the other employees that reported to them kind of continued to go up, causing a lot of pressure. The cap was lifted and the employees started to make more than their commissioners at some point in the last few years. So in 2023, even though the legislature did not, even though this group chose not to make any recommendations, the legislature passed a law that at least caught the commissioners up to the across the board increases that other state employees have received, to try to address some of the reversing of salaries that had occurred over the last few years. Since 2023, there have not been any additional adjustments to any of the folks that are on the agency head list. So as you're making your determinations about these positions, there's a few different data points that I'm going to provide for your consideration. One of them has to do with internal comparisons. So as I indicated, state employees continue to get across the board increases when the commissioners didn't. The commissioners all got an increase in 2023 that recognized all those increases that happened between 2023, or excuse me, between 2015 and 2023. They've not received any of the increases since then. So commissioner pay was all rebased in 2023, and since then, other state employees received a 5.5% increase in 2023 and a 4.5% increase in 2024. And so we're not as badly situated as we were before, but it is the case today that all deputy commissioners make more than the commissioners that they report to. And the slide I'll show you later, there are instances within the agencies of other high-level positions that make more than what the commissioner does. And as soon as we negotiate our contracts again this year, It's anticipated that more and more employees will continue to kind of go up and over where the commissioner pay is, unless adjustments are made. Okay, so these are, this is a handout that I can provide, and I'll also provide these digital copy for folks that are joining online. But one of the things that I look at when I establish the salary for other positions in the executive branch is something called pay points. Pay points is just a job evaluation system that looks at the know-how required for a job, the amount of credibility that they have. Every job in the state has a pay point value assigned to it. And in general, we use those points to try to comply with pay equity, right? We want positions that are to be paid the same whether they're male dominated or female dominated. Agency head pay at the moment has no relationship to hay points. However, we do have hay points available if you'd like that to be part of your consideration. So I passed around a handout that has the hay point values for all of the agency heads. There are 6 that we don't have hay points for. A couple of them probably aren't accurate to the way the position is going to be done now, which I'm happy to talk to you about. But if commissioners and agency heads were paid according to hay points, many of them would make a lot more. So even by our own internal comparisons, they're paid significantly less than people with less complex jobs in the agencies that they oversee. So chart will be better for you to look at in front of you. I don't know if you can even read what you're seeing in front of you, but in general, if we assume the trend line here, all of the red lines indicate how far below that hay trend line these positions are based on their current rates. So, for example, if the commissioner in the Department of Transportation was paid according to what their hay points are, they'd be making about $41,000 more than what they're making. So that's, and it's a little bit different because all of our commissioners, even though they're grouped into those 3 buckets, their hay points vary quite a bit. And right now there's no relationship between those hay points and their salary. And so that's true for almost all of ours. And then there are a few in the green on the side you see that are a little closer to where their hay points, they're more or less in line with where their hay points would suggest that we should set. So the last time we did a wholesale review of hay points for these positions was in 2013, which sounds like a long time ago, but hay points don't tend to change very much over time. Prior to that, they were evaluated in 2000, almost no position change between 2000 and 2013, and we anticipate that would probably be the same in this case here. So the hay points that you see on the chart in front of you are a pretty good representation of the complexity of those jobs, at least as compared to one another and compared to other employees we have within this. We had a question last time about how many employees make more than their agency heads. Right now, it is a small problem that we anticipate will grow over time. So for that top bullet, the 1 employee who makes more than the commissioner's commissioner. And then for these other agencies you see on here, it's not a huge number, but it's also not a 0 number, right? There are 14 employees in it before you're the commissioner. Human Services, which as of today includes DCT, has 71 employees, and almost all of those 71 employees are doctors, and they make more than the head of the DHS. Actually, on the DHS point, there was a question earlier about the salary for DCT. I can report out on that. So there obviously isn't a head of DCT, it's not an agency yet, but there is somebody who leads the DCT division within DHS. And that current salary for that position is $261,500.
Executive secretary.
I think it's the CEO of Healthcare Systems is the name of the job classification. They've not yet appointed the actual director. I mean, that position is subject to the commissioner and has a different set of authority than future position. Have any questions about any of the stuff I've talked about so far? Points of clarification.
Thank you for being here today. When does, I've been confused about this for a while. I'm sorry that you're the one being asked this. When does DCT actually come into?
July 1, 2025.
So
But I don't know, but I can't remember exactly when they're gonna appoint. Because they have to appoint the board and then the director, and I don't know when that happens, but it's gonna become its own agency July 1.
Hypothetical, if we're currently running it next turn $61,000 a year. And if we set the salary at $180,000 a year, that person would take an $80,000 pay cut if they were appointed to that position.
If they're appointed to that position, they would have to take the salary that's that position. That's correct. I think the current law allows the initial appointment. If the appointment is paid for, I can't remember exactly all the time, how all the time works, but yeah. Because the answer to your question is yes. Whereas appointing that position has to take 30%.
So just to clarify then what you're following up on, what you said, does this person who's gonna get appointed by the committee or the governor or the commissioner or whatever?
I don't think anybody know that. I feel like the legislation is contradictory. They're appointed by the board, but do they also set a salary? No, I don't necessarily.
And I'm sorry, my question was unclear. I said DCT, I actually meant Department of Children and I've got my acronyms mixed up, sorry,
July 1, 2020.
for that as well.
So it has been established already, but there are still several hundred employees at DHS that have not yet transferred over.
Got it.
And so it will be large numbers today. Once all of the transfers.
So some of those 71 employees who make more than the DHS commissioner right now could be DCT commissioners, or pardon me, DCT employees who are doctors, but they could also possibly be children, youth and families folks or not.
It could possibly be, but I think it's highly likely that they're all DCT doctors. Higher than what the commissioner makes right now.
Thank you.
We also look at external comparisons when we're setting salary, and that's part of your job too. Mr. Robbins, I know you asked at some point about the foundational documents, and so I'm happy that I don't have that in my presentation, but if you want to know where I got any of these numbers, I'm happy to write those source documents. Agency heads are paid less than a 1-3 public sector leader in any other jurisdictions. So this is just based on averages. On average, the agency heads make $104,000. When we compare, the Department of Transportation to the Department of Transportation head in our 4 surrounding states, in Colorado and Washington, because those are the 6 states that we tend to use for state when we're doing state-to-state comparisons. We're making less than them, maybe significantly less than city managers, and these are primarily metro-based city managers because almost all of the positions on this list are metro-based positions. So that's our appropriate market for those. And county managers make even more, and again, those are just metro counties. Those don't county manager positions from all the state. So we are behind from our internal comparison point and also from our external comparison agencies.
So it's probably as an, if you ever done a comparison on how much they make after their commissioner or appointment, because a lot of times my understanding is that they take these jobs and then consider whether they.
I have some kind of anecdotal data, and I haven't tracked every single commissioner as they've gone to jobs, but we have several that have gone to local government jurisdictions. Significant increases for what on paper looks to be less complex. Thank you.
You may not know the answer to this, but with regard to city managers and county managers compared to commissioner heads, city managers and county managers, that's more of a career path, isn't that something that people do as opposed to stepping in as a commissioner head for a period of time?
I think that's probably generally true, right? All of these positions are appointed. I don't actually know the longevity of city managers. I know that they tend to be appointed as well, but they have a longer tenure.
And they go from one city or county to another.
Yep. Another thing that isn't on this slide, but that is just valuable for you to know is that until 2023, there was a cap on how much public sector entities outside of Minnesota would make, and it would be had to approve increases over the 120% of their salary. I kept this system. So to the extent we had a challenge with losing folks to cities and counties, that risk is increased since there's no longer a cap, and a lot of those positions have been raised, as you can see here, from quite a bit.
Just a follow-up to that specific thing, Jim Robbins. That cap is never coming back, but would help to gather data if those applications are required to be reported, not only, again, if they're more than 20% of the governors. So it's not an onerous request. How many jobs local governments have that are 20% of the governor? How many in the university and the both university systems? Would that be something that would be helpful to you to have that happen? Or to anyone who's gathering these data?
It would be helpful to you guys. Since you're the ones in charge of it. For us, a lot of that data is public, and we refer to it. Cities does a good job of it, so we don't have it all in one format.
Why don't you go ahead and hold back.
Okay, you asked to provide some information about recruiting and retention. All these positions were appointed. Almost none of them apply for a normal recruiting system, and so I don't actually have data on how many people have expressed an interest or formally applied, so a lot of them don't. What I can say is that in general, Governor Walz, first appointments in his first term were in January of 2029, and about half of those commissioners are. So about half of the people have been here now for 6 years. There was another wave of appointments when his second term started. And I think all of the people that were appointed at the beginning of the second term are still here. And so I don't know how many people were interested in those jobs. I just don't have data on that. But I would say there are some outliers where we see pretty frequent turnover. But in general, the data doesn't show people moving in and out of these positions super rapidly. So we have more information to share on that. Just as and so we're now to the MMB recommendation part. Our recommendation as just kind of minimal measure would be to at least try to recognize in the agency head pay the fact that all other state employees got an increase of 10% in the last couple of years and are anticipated to probably get at least some kind of increase in every other year going forward. And can have any pushing. When our commissioner head and agency head pay is flat, it causes all kinds of just not best compensation practices. We'll say when people visit reports to those. And so our recommendation would be minimally to make an adjustment to reflect those across the board increases, to rebalance commissioners, police making more than their deputies, and then also consider some kind of mechanism to keep that commissioner of deputy or highest paid employee mechanism going forward, and so we don't end up 10 years behind again and then having to get caught up. In terms of recommendations for the remainder of the positions, I've shared with you some data today. I can share with you any other additional data that you have. I don't have specific recommendations for you on any specific conditions. Like I said, you've got really good information about some of the other presenters that were here today about the complexity and programs and everything else. And so if any of that information would be helpful to you, I'm happy to provide any publicly available information on it.
Are you guys
I am.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you questions. So when you, first of all, you said these are minimally what you like, they're maximally what you would like, or you leave that to our imagination?
They don't have a maximally.
That's good. So the mechanism. Okay, so I could write it down on paper blandly. I could say, or I could put your number 5.5% and 4.5%, and then I could say, and shall receive any cost of living or maybe even merit-based, increases that are agreed on by or by an average.
We all get the same increases, we do pattern bargaining.
And basically, something like that, I'm not sure our statute requires that. I mean, take a look at our, compensation council statute, you have advice there.
I don't have advice about what that language would, about what that. At least, you know, we'll have 2 years until you guys get together, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would say that the way the statute is written, I think your footing on future future raises is pretty minimal. The next compensation council can set the salary however they want. Additionally, I think trying to do some sort of merit-based or raises based on years of service would be statutorily iffy. I think the statute really lends itself to setting direct salaries for each position.
Statutes go. It's worth taking a hard look at. So when you look at this, and you look at the Dayton division into 3 buckets, does that make a lick of sense anymore? Did it make a lick of sense that, you know?
So I wasn't involved in those discussions, I wasn't yet. I would say that, you know, from my lens, right, the thing that everyone would look at, I don't see a lot of relationship between what appears to be the complexity of the job and how that's. Some of them, they line up really well.
Yeah, in the same vein, sort of, I think it's clear that the cannabis director is salary, if I recall, I got many things here, but as we look at newly established position, it seems to me, looking at cannabis and the challenge it's been, those new positions are in the hardest possible situation for setting up, especially if they're multiple divisions. New entities. Just taking that information. It doesn't mean that forever it should be a higher salary. I just want a sense from you. Give us some guidance on the idea that before I came on here, I thought, oh, OMB must be fairly low. I thought I had heard it was on at the same level as the gambling board or whatever. And now I see it's higher. So help us understand what we should do, especially the human service related area, the new areas. Help us with that, please.
So the cannabis management one was in a tricky position because it was created and the language said it should match what was then the group 2 commissioners. And it was not yet added to it wasn't added to the 15 AFS until 2020. So there's this weird interim period of time that was supposed to match one of the agency head positions, but it wasn't. I had to set that established myself as part of the managerial plan because there was no other mechanism to put it there. And so I set it to what the group 2 salary limits were at that time. And then subsequently the language gave increases to those positions. And so we've been trying to match that ever since then. And because it was in the managerial plan. You realize I'm not answering the substance of your question is how we make decisions about this. What I can tell you is that if we didn't have statutory language that said it matches this particular group 2, we would have done a hay evaluation, determine what the point values are, and decided a salary based on complexity. So outside of the agency head, what we typically do for new positions is we try to use something objective measure to units. So if there were we don't know exactly what that would look like in this context, but for those new positions, that would just be one data point, in the we have folks in the state that are trained to do data evaluations and they are set of keys. The package that we typically use, there's no magic to it, right? It's agency size, every case I've been in this, we look at the complexity of the job. For the other newly created positions, I don't know that there's been, you know, the DCT's been around for 2014, they sent a commissioner without this, you know, as far as I know, without a lot of issue with that. Our representative OCN is of all of the agencies.
Thank you for your. Would you have a number, a dollar number for that? Five.
I could provide that, yes.
The judges are 15 million. I'm just trying to figure out. This money and
Total cost.
yeah, at some point we'd have a conversation about. Does it fit the box?
And I should put a small caveat to that. There are two positions on that list that are not executive branch. MAC and Met Council, and they don't have the same across the board increases that we do. They set their own compensation. So I know, but don't have in front of me information about what their employees received. And so those numbers, if you're going to follow the same scheme, would represent whatever they're received across the board.
So calculating the number pretty much a spreadsheet.
Yes, yeah.
Basically, we get a 10% raise, 39 positions. That we can calculate this number. That over here.
Just a quick question. I'll confess, I've never heard of hay ratings before this afternoon, so this is probably a dumb question. The positions listed at the bottom of the list that are not hay rated, are they hay rateable? And it just hasn't happened.
Correct.
How easily could that?
It's fairly easy. We have trained hay raters in the state workforce that have the capacity to do that. We also from time to time will contract with the provider to do the ratings.
If the chair were to ask, it's appropriate, but
we done by next Friday.
that's the question.
Could there be language that said, we'll establish it based on what the 8 points are, that will be on at a future date? That would be possible, right? They don't go into effect till July.
I'm going to take a deep dive into that statute to see how many subjunctive hypothetical. I'm a little bit leery of our power. Are there anybody online who has not had a chance to ask questions? If I keep forgetting people online, please interrupt and put your hand up because Michelle is looking and finding those. Other questions here from folks?
Just one really quick. Thank you, Slim. It's been very helpful. And it just reinstates in my mind how difficult, even for those who've kind of gone through this process before, it's really hard. I think it's right for this group to do this in this period of time, whether it's a month or 2.5 months, or would it be more a proper evaluation to think if it were a long time?
Seems like something the legislature has to decide. It's not a small task for sure. So like I said, if there's any information that we want to write to give you position descriptions or anything else. That we have.
Members of the council, we're gonna talk a little bit about our next upcoming meetings, but as we take a deep dive into the data here, if there are more things you want us to dig into. Nick, like Michelle, get a direct comment from you or a question from you. And I think there's a little bit of data stuff that we can assign. I might have it, but so our goal is to have a substantive session next Friday. And just a note, it starts at 9:30 and goes to 2:30, so we're starting a little bit earlier. And we're going to be across the hall in Blazing Star. And one way to do this that has been used in the past is that we come up with their recommendation or their recommendations. And if I was doing that today, which I'm not, thank God, I would probably start with a recommendation that looked like everything that we've been asked for and play the part, and then look for gaps. So that you probably see that in, coming from us, and then we might come up with a couple other hypotheticals. And then one way to organize the discussion is to go task by task. Constitutional officer discussion, take a break. Water, get a cookie, come back to the agencies, and I'm not sure what particular order we do this in. The judges, judicial raises, and the board. Do them separately, but have the whole spreadsheet in front of you so you can see that it all at one time and you talk about it. That's somewhat how, in talking to staff, we've come up with how next Thursday will look. But we could start with more testimony.
It's Friday.
I'm sorry, next Friday. Thursday, fall, Friday. I'll need my per diem after I install the golf balls on Thursday. So if there's more anybody, and we have no scheduled testimony, if there's someone else who would like more testimony, and by the way, if anybody in the public is listening and they want to testify, contact Michelle. Start with limited amount of testimony, and then I think we're going to go through the discussion area by area, and we'll wander in and out of areas occasionally if people want to talk in person across areas. But I think we'll, if there's any preference for who you'd like to go first, let me know. Our goal will be to come up with a draft recommendation for staff to put into a draft report. And last year's report can be a template, but in addition, if there are things we want to say or points we want to make in general about what we're saying, those can also be discussed next week. And in that case, if there's a specific kind of statement we want to make about the raises or about if we wanted to do subjective statements about how raises should go in the future, that's something we could consider in addition to number amounts. And I think that we'll go back and forth between the philosophical issues about our tasks and the data-driven numerical issues in each area. And anything we decide next week will be written in pencil for a draft report. And then that report will come to us for Wednesday, the 26th. And that is where we can mark up and make further changes. And if you say, well, I know that we agreed on X% raises, but in the ensuing several days, I don't like that number and I have an argument for that, we'll entertain that at that time because it isn't final until we make the final recommendations on the 26th. We don't have a time set for that meeting on the 26th, but 10 to 12, is that something that would be reasonable, Michelle?
So we're meeting the 26th and the 28th.
The 20th is only going to be a meeting if we all fall apart and can't make our recommendation on the 26th.
And no votes will take place until the 26th.
Might have votes next week to temporary positions, but we'll take a final vote on the 26th. So we might come out, hopefully next week we'll come out of it with a set of numbers and a recommendation in each area. Maybe one of the two of them will let hang open. But those can be revisited if people are uncomfortable with where we got to. The 26th, we're going to hopefully put them out the last planks and take a vote on the report with the instruction to staff to make any recommendation.
A 9:30 start on the 26th would be possible.
Is 9:30 okay for everybody on the 26th?
That would be great. I have a flight at 2:30.
We would like to keep you to your 2:30 camp flight. 9:30 on the 26th. You'd have the state patrol drive you to the airport.
I'm writing that down.
I don't think we have any of these powers that I really should look at the statute. Any other?
I just want clarification. You had mentioned that anything in the working group really didn't come to consensus that saw a problem. We wanted a very specific area. But we aren't going to, we want to get through our recommendations completely, but you made a statement about improving the report in the discussing, and I thought that was a little different than what my thought was about. Again, last year, Town council did on legislation that is there's related, so I'm just wanting your clarification.
On the 26th, we're gonna approve all the recommendations that are required by statute. And then we're open to having a discussion, a hearing from everybody else has other, included. And I would suggest that as soon as feasible, any other statement like that, we have to have a paragraph, couple paragraphs, a piece, stuff like that. It'd be nice if there was something that could be handed on next Friday, and so that the group can look at it. And then after we've done recommendations by area, it might be able to deal with it, as long as that's other you or I think like that. And that if we adopt that's good. I think that we generally end with the instruction to the chair and vice chair to work with themselves to interpolate them into the report so that it makes sense.
Yeah, that you've now clarified my original understanding. It just misunderstood what you said this morning. And believe me, like we were working on this very simple and narrow, and I'm sure we can have something drafted for next week.
Thank you for your patience. This has been a long, informative day. Is it all gonna stay in the file?
So you should all have two folders, two manila folders in your file, one that's titled save. If there are materials you'd like to save, please place them in that folder and then we'll recycle anything. You can. We have what's your preference? Okay.
And then finally, if you would like to fill out the form, on compensation or parking, we do so after the silence. So you can do it now. You can do that. We are adjourned. Thank you. Okay.